Good evening, everybody. My name is Vincent Sadimi, and it's Tuesday, September 6, 2022. And I'm the mayor of the city of Pinole. I'm calling to order the special Pinole City Council meeting. Item number 1, would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance in honor of the U.S. military troop, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and for all. Thank you. Item number 2, which is the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodian of this land. We pay our respect to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place on only land, the land that Pinole sits upon their home. We are proud to continue the tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we'll look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Item number 3, Madam City Clerk, good evening. Can you please do a roll call, City Clerk report and statement of conflict, please?
Yes, good evening, Mayor. Thank you. Mayor Salimi,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Here.
Councilmember Cave,
Here.
Councilmember Toms,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Here. City Manager Murray,
Here.
City Attorney Kasher,
Here.
and Deputy City Clerk Stone. Here. Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted and distributed on September 1st at 2 p.m. with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the council have any conflicts to report this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. That we'll move on to item number 4, which is citizen to be heard.
I don't believe we have any in-person comments. Do we have online comments? We do. Dave, can you please promote me?
Okay, we do have one comment from Rafael Menace.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. I'd just like to make a brief comment to protest the timing of this special meeting. 4 p.m. is going to be inconvenient to a significant portion of the public, especially those members of the public who you would want to be attending a workshop on economic development strategy, namely business owners, entrepreneurs, so on and so forth. Especially given the fact that tonight's agenda is relatively limited, I would inquire as to why the council decided to hold the workshop at this hour, given the significant inconvenience to anyone working a standard schedule and many people who are not working standard schedules. Thank you. That's all my comments for now.
Thank you. Any other citizen who wish to talk tonight, please?
No, there are no more public comments.
Excellent. Thank you. If we don't have any comments at this moment, I would just like to please move on to the next item, which is the workshop. And tonight we'll have an item on the workshop, which is the public review draft of the economic development strategy. And the action tonight will be to adopt the plan per staff recommendation. And tonight we have Director Wannen. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members.
Good evening,
And-
ma'am. Before we start, I just would like to invite staff and city council to please coordinate with each other so that we are done no later than 5:30. And I will limit the city council to 2 questions each. And a question from the public will be addressed at a later different time. And I believe presentation can be limited to 20 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Lily Whalen, the Community Development Director for Pinole. And this afternoon, we'll be receiving a presentation on the public review draft of the economic development strategy for the city. Joining me here, you see on screen, is Roger Dale, who's the managing principal of the Dale Nadelson Group, the consulting firm who has helped the city prepare the strategy. So I'm going to kick off the presentation here with some background information on the process. In 2020, the City Council adopted a strategic plan that included a strategy to create a comprehensive economic development strategy, or EDS, for the city. The city released a request for proposals in 2021. The base scope of work in the RFP included identifying the city's current baseline economic and community characteristics, identifying the city's optimal future economic and community characteristics, developing an economic development vision statement, and recommending activities that the city should take to achieve that vision. The RFP also identified a variety of additional economic development related issues to consider when creating the economic development strategy. And you have with you attachment B to the staff report, which provides a table showing how items in the requested scope of work were addressed in this EDS process. The city selected the Nadelson Dale Group, or TNDG, to prepare the EDS. TNDG is an economic and financial consulting firm established in 1974, which provides services to both public and private clients. The process to prepare the EDS began with data review and analysis, and we can move on to the next slide here. So as I stated, that it began with data review and analysis. TNDG compiled and evaluated demographic and economic data in order to compare local conditions to establish reference area benchmarks. Next, they undertook a business and industry analysis to identify the industry groups that are the most important engines of the existing local economy, as well as the industry groups that are likely to offer the most attractive growth potential in the future. A consumer demand and real estate market analysis was also conducted by TNDG to identify potential future demand for commercial and industrial development in the city. In the spring of this year, a stakeholder group was formed to get direct input from a cross-section of the city's economic development stakeholders. What we call the EDS committee was made up of 15 individuals representing existing local business operators, major employers, and public agencies that support local economic development in Pinole. From April through June of this year, we held 3 EDS committee summit meetings, and they were hosted and facilitated by TNDG. A community preview draft of the EDS was then released on July 7th of this year, followed by a community workshop we held on July 20th to discuss key goals of the preview draft EDS. And then finally, the public review draft of the EDS was released just last week on September 1st. Next slide, please. The public review draft EDS is a strategic framework to guide the City of Pinole's economic development policies and programs over the next 5 years. And it was designed to achieve the following 4 major goals over a 5-year period. The first is to expand economic opportunities for Pinole's resident workforce by fostering creation of a diverse range of quality jobs accessible to residents across the spectrum of education and skill levels. 2, leveraging the economic development potentials of Pinole's historic downtown and waterfront areas through placemaking initiatives and targeted business and development attraction. 3 is to revitalize Pinole's other commercial and industrial areas by encouraging private investment that responds to anticipated real estate market demand. And then lastly, 4 is to strengthen the city's fiscal position by attracting land uses and business types that have potential to generate general fund revenue. A principal purpose of the EDS is to recommend an organizational structure for implementation of an expanded City of Pinole economic development program. Currently, we don't have any economic development specific staff positions, and economic development related functions are largely carried out by the city manager's office and the community development department. In order to effectively implement the initiatives outlined in the EDS, the city will realistically need to assign city staff to economic development specific tasks. And so purposes of the public review draft EDS, the recommended work program assumes that lead responsibility for implementing the various initiatives over the 5-year period would be shared between a staff person assigned responsibility for economic development tasks and the community development director. Next slide, please. A separate process is ongoing with TNDG's partner, the Golden Shovel Agency, to develop branding as a part of the Pinole Economic Development Program. It should be noted that this is a separate process from the broader citywide branding that the consultant preparing the city's forthcoming communication and engagement plan is working on. The process of branding for the City of Pinole's Economic Development Program will include the development of the name, logo, and tagline of the program, development of a brand style guide, and preparation of various identity materials. The economic development specific branding process will be concluded prior to finalization of the EDS contract with TNDG. And so finally, here we have Roger Dale, who's the managing principal with TNDG, and will now give the presentation of the public review draft of the EDS for public feedback and for City Council action if desired this afternoon. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Lily. Good afternoon, Mayor Salimi and members of the City Council. I'm Roger Dale with the Madison Dale Group. I'm excited and honored to be with you this afternoon to describe where we are in the process of preparing your city's economic development strategy. Next slide, please. As Lily mentioned, we had the privilege of working with a committee of local business and institutional stakeholders related to economic development. Wanted to take the time to thank those individuals and let the council know that their participation and their input was really valuable as far as the work product that we have developed so far. Next slide. Our process started back at the beginning of the year. It's included an analysis of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, often known as a SWOT analysis. As Lily mentioned, we've also done an evaluation of target industries, identifying what's here now and what could grow in the future. Commercial and industrial real estate market analysis. We had 3 very productive workshop summit meetings with our Economic Development Strategy Committee, and then various opportunities for public input. As Lily mentioned, there was a community preview draft of the documents released in early July, and then later in the month, a public workshop. That brought us to where we are this afternoon. We have now completed a public review draft of the economic development strategy, and would like to emphasize that this is still very much a work in progress. The input that you provide this afternoon or later will definitely be incorporated into the final document, as will any additional public or community input. All of that will conclude with a final economic development strategy, which will also wrap in the branding work being done by Golden Shovel Agency. Next slide. Just want to highlight how we have assessed your community in terms of its economic development potentials, starting with some strengths. First of all, as you're well aware, you have the great advantage and position of being a regional attractor for retail and restaurant spending. So not only do you support the sales generated by your own residents, but you're attracting in consumers from the larger West Contra County, Costa County region. Your waterfront is definitely an amenity or a potential amenity, both to your residents and to visitors. And we're finding that after the pandemic and the dust has settled from the pandemic, certain trends in terms of employment and other development are likely to be advantageous to suburban communities such as Pinole. And we'll talk more about that later. In terms of some weaknesses, we currently have a limited existing supply of competitive office and industrial space that could attract or accommodate new businesses. And related to that, a very limited capacity of land that's available for future commercial and industrial development. In looking at demographics, compared to the larger East Bay region, there are fewer residents in Pinole that have bachelor's or higher degrees, and that can be a challenge with respect to attracting certain types of retail and professional uses. And as Lily mentioned, you are a small city, not only in terms of your geographic area, but in terms of the staffing available for economic development. And our hope is that with this plan, there will be a vision put in place that the city can support at least a part-time professional staff for economic development to carry forward the initiatives that we're proposing. Some of the opportunities we've identified is to expand on downtown Pinole as a regional destination, and we think there's definitely some good assets there to build on. That could also potentially include capitalizing or connecting to the waterfront or other areas that aren't necessarily on the water but have water views as prime development sites. You've got a labor force that largely commutes out of the city to go to work every day, and that represents a potential opportunity to attract new employers who could utilize that workforce closer to home. And as you look for new options to meet your RENA allocation and other housing market opportunities, you could potentially expand your mix and diversity of housing types, and that would broaden your demographics. Finally, as far as opportunities are concerned, you're located within a very dynamic region, the East Bay region, and you think there are areas of that region that are built out and no longer have capacity for new development, and Pinole potentially could capture some of that overflow. Finally, in thinking in terms of some threats, Most of your economy is currently focused on local serving businesses and jobs. Relatively few of the businesses and industries that are based here are what we would consider export oriented. And that's something that is a concern because local serving jobs tend not to have as big of an impact in terms of a multiplier throughout your economy. Globally, we know that the retail industry, which of course is one of your core strengths, is in a very challenging period and has been for a number of years. We see cases of that right in your own community as we speak, and this is something that will need to be strategically addressed going forward to make sure you maintain your tax base for retail activities. And then the final area that we might call a threat would be that just because of your small size and limited capacity for new development, minimal population and employment growth is projected in the official numbers from the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG. And so we're talking about relatively finite opportunities for new development. Next slide, please. Our target industry analysis identified 9 industry clusters that might be potential growth areas for Pinole. And again, all of this is kind of subject to that caveat we mentioned that there is not currently a lot of building space and or land to accommodate these uses, but from a market perspective, the demand is there. If from a planning perspective, we can plan a place to put them. So starting with some of your existing core strengths, retail and restaurant, I think is known as being an established destination in Pinole. Health services, for example, the Kaiser facility, and hospitality and tourism. And this is something that I would say has a foothold in Pinole, but could be subject to further development. And this would include your downtown and restaurants that attract people from outside the region. We've also looked at industries that are not currently represented in Pinole that are very strong in the larger East Bay region. These are things that could grow and potentially Pinole could capture a portion of that future growth regionally. It would include information technology, analytical instruments, medical devices manufacturing, communications equipment and services, business and professional services, the types of things that would go in professional office space, insurance services or carriers, and then finally video production or distribution, basically the film industry. Next slide, please. Lily already highlighted the goals of our action plan. I'll just repeat them quickly. It's to expand economic opportunities for your resident workforce, to leverage the economic development potentials of key areas like your historic downtown and the waterfront, and to revitalize your other commercial and industrial areas, given the challenges that we're all aware of in the retail industry. And then finally, all of this can help to strengthen the city's tax base or fiscal position. Next slide, please. Plan is divided into a total of 6 major initiatives. The first group are what we would consider core economic development functions of industry targeting, business development, and job creation. These 3 initiatives would include an economic development branding and marketing program, which as we've noted is being developed by our partner Golden Shovel Agency. Secondly, a business retention, expansion, attraction program that's focused around those target industries that I mentioned a minute ago. And then finally, focusing on opportunities for entrepreneurial development. And this is something that we would see being done in collaboration with regional partners that are already providing resources in that area. Next slide, please. The next group of initiatives are what we would consider umbrella programs that indirectly create an environment for economic progress. So these are not direct programs to attract new development or new jobs, but it creates an environment where you can expect to be successful in those other activities. So initiative 4 is to systematically review and strengthen the city's business and development friendliness, all the policies that impact how easy it is for new developments and new businesses to locate in the city. Initiative 5 is to expand development capacity and pursue placemaking projects. We have, as part of this process, identified what the market demands and market opportunities are for new development and other related initiatives that are going on in the city. For example, your current update of your general plan and potential update of your specific plan would be follow-ons to this study to identify ways that you can physically and in terms of your development standards and zoning, expand your capacity for new development. Initiative 6 is to enhance your interface with the education and workforce development community. Again, these are things that you would primarily do through partnerships. The city wouldn't necessarily be a direct provider of educational or workforce development services, but would ensure that your community has excellent access to them through your partnerships. Next slide, please. Our action plan assumes that this plan would be supported by new staff, and for purposes of the preliminary discussion, we've assumed it would be a half-time position or 0.5 full-time equivalent. Those 6 major initiatives will be carried out through 52 specific action items. A good portion of them in the first year of the plan, another good group in the second year, and then some that would be more ambitious activities that would probably not occur until year 3 or later. In thinking about how you would manage this new action plan with a half-time person, it's important to note that some of these things that we're talking about, the city is already doing to some degree. So these are not all brand new commitments. Also, these new programs and activities, as I mentioned, would be phased in over several years, and some of them would be carried out in collaboration with city or non-city partners that would support some of the bulk of the work that would need to be done. Next slide, please. We've laid out in the plan our vision for how you might divide the workload between a new staff position, which would be preliminarily called the Economic Development Coordinator, and as I mentioned, that would be a half-time position, and your existing Community Development Department and Director. And basically, the lines are drawn along the side of the new position would support business growth and development attraction, whereas the Community Development Director would focus on existing community development initiatives or activities that support development capacity and placemaking. So on the new staff side, that would be coordination of branding and marketing, managing the business development friendliness program or practices, core activities like business retention, expansion, and attraction, entrepreneurial development, focusing on making business financing tools available to the community, and your interface with workforce development and other non-city partners. Whereas the Community Development Director would be working on, as I mentioned, capacity building initiatives focused on land use planning, placemaking, coordination of infrastructure that's needed to support new development areas, and where appropriate, the interface with affordable housing. Next slide, please. We've boiled this down to some essential steps that would occur during the first year of this action program. And because we're starting after the beginning of a fiscal year, and in reality, this work probably wouldn't really get started in earnest until January of 2023, year 1 would actually probably be a stretch to the following fiscal year. So you'd really have a year and a half or so to accomplish these tasks. As far as branding and marketing are concerned, we'd like to see during that first year or year and a half, a new website or web page focused specifically on economic development and featuring your new economic development brand. Launching a retail restaurant tenant recruitment effort to fill in vacant spaces in existing buildings and to potentially support new development of retail space where there's capacity for it. One of the ideas that came out of the community workshop or the public input period was to convene a summit of local civic organizations, and we think that's always a great idea as part of this type of process to get others engaged in supporting the implementation of this plan. And then the branding process that would be initiated by Golden Shovel Agency would ultimately be carried forward into an ongoing marketing program that might involve additional professional services outside of city staff, and that would need to be sorted out during the first year or so. Next major strategy is business retention, expansion, attraction. First year, you would expect to reach out to various partners within the region, for example, the Chamber of Commerce, Economic Development Corporation, to see where they might have roles in supporting your business attraction efforts and potentially developing an MOU or memorandum of understanding to document how those roles work. And then very important to have a focus on outreach to existing businesses who might be in need of retention or expansion support. And so we would want to see within the first year a very specific plan for getting out in the community and reaching those businesses. Next major strategy is entrepreneurial development. This again would be largely carried out through partners. So one of the first tasks is to inventory who those partners are, their programs and resources, updating the city's webpage with links to those partnerships. And something that the city could do locally on the ground in Pinole is the concept of a startup network workshop with partners, but with the city serving in kind of a convening role for that special event. Next major strategy is business development and friendliness. And here we would like to see the city organize what we're calling a business concierge program and a quick response team program. These are existing city staff and departments that would be positioned to respond quickly and proactively to the needs of development projects that are going through the entitlement and approval process, as well as new businesses that are considering a location in Pinole. And would also like to set up an annual survey of the development impact fees and other business fees that are charged by your competing cities to see how Pinole compares and where possible to make adjustments to make sure that you're highly competitive in those areas. Next strategy is development capacity and placemaking. Here we've got a whole initiative focused on the challenges in your retail sector. We're calling it reposition retail, looking for opportunities to revitalize retail shopping center sites, perhaps introducing other land uses to support them while still focusing on retaining your retail footprint and sales tax base. One of the potential tools for financing infrastructure in new areas would be what's called an EIFD, or an advanced or enhanced infrastructure financing district. This is something that would require some upfront costs and investment of time by the city to establish. And this is something that would be sorted out during year one to see what your options are and how that could be funded potentially. And then one of the major things that we've identified is that your ability to take advantage of the market demand and market opportunities that exist, as we've already said several times, will depend largely on the physical capacity and zoning capacity for those types of uses. You've got an existing 3-quarter specific plan that goes back a number of years, but at the time provided a very good blueprint for utilizing and to their highest use the remaining development areas and sites that you have in the city. We would strongly recommend that that plan be updated and pulled together so that it's in sync with these economic development targets. And as I think you're aware, an update of that plan has already been identified as a priority in the city's overall strategic plan. Last thing is the workforce interface. Some of the year one priorities would be to establish a consortium of school district, other workforce development organizations and partners to ensure that those services are being provided on a very responsive basis to the private sector firms that can benefit from them. In that regard, we'd like to see that clearly listed on the city's webpage, a new webpage for that for workforce development partnership resources. And then a very specific strategy to connect local firms with training resources. We find in most communities, there tends to be a disconnect between firms that could benefit from those services and the service providers. And oftentimes firms just aren't available of the resources that are available to them. And this will be an effort to get the word out about that availability of those resources. Next slide, please. So I know I've gone through quite a bit of information fairly quickly. We wanted to keep this presentation fairly brief to mostly save time for your questions and input. And I'd like to again thank you for the opportunity of working with your great city. It's a wonderful place. Excited to be working with you to take it to the next stage of economic development. At this time, I'd be glad to take your questions or comments.
Thank you very much. Before I turn it back to City Council, Madam City Clerk, do we have any specific questions from the public first?
No, there are no public comments.
Excellent. Then I will turn it back to the City Council. Thank you again.
Actually, virtual hand just popped up. We
Please
have
go ahead.
Raphael Menace.
We will take your questions and staff will get back to you after the meeting. Please start your questions or comments, please.
Certainly. I just have one relatively brief comment. For one of the strategies, I believe it was, let me see if I can find the exact one. On page 68, Initiative 6, Sub-Strategy D, in tandem with partners, establish ongoing mechanisms to improve connection between employers and education/training resources. And that was noted down as a year 2 priority. It seems like the sort of thing that even given the limited time frame for year 1, the city might want to consider moving up to be a year 1 priority, just because it would create an immediate concrete benefit that would be visible to the community. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Then I will turn it back to the City Council for questions and comments. City Manager Murray, would you like to add anything after this presentation before I turn it back to the council?
No, nothing to add. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I will start with Councilmember Tave. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. No questions, no comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, I just have two questions. One, I noticed that update of the specific plan is in on one of the implementation measures here, and it's also one of the implementation measures that's in the strategic plan, and that happened before I joined the council. And I'm just wondering what specifically, or do we know what specifically this plan where it would be inconsistent with the existing specific plan? What kinds of changes are we looking at? Because we did a pretty exhaustive process in 2011 to develop the specific plan. And I'm just wondering if we can have some concrete examples of where we don't have consistency. And just a side note, that's a big dollar sign. It's very expensive to bring in a consultant to update the specific plan. So I'd want to know why. And then the other question is 50% FTE staff. Are we looking at hiring somebody on board or working with maybe a somebody to consult with? Because I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get a full-time employee that is interested in only half-time work versus a consultant that could do the work, and it could still be efficient. So there's my two.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll start with the first question, please.
I think
Go
that's a
ahead, City
question.
Manager.
Yeah, I think that's a question for Director Whalen or Mr. Dale. How the land use plans dovetail with the economic development strategy, and whether there are some specific examples you have in mind of where you think the 3/4 specific plan might benefit from being updated to support the economic development strategy.
Sure, I'll respond initially, and Director Whalen can add to that if she'd like. So first of all, we're not assuming that there's anything wrong with the existing plan other than it's over a decade old. And it provides a very extensive analysis of what at the time were future development sites, what might go on those sites, and some of the infrastructure and other things that would be needed to support development on those areas. I think and this, depending on the extent to which things have changed, it might or might not involve major consultant contract, is potentially something that city staff could look at and identify what is the status of those sites that were identified in 2010 or 2011. Is there still potential capacity for new development on those sites? If so, have the targeted land uses, or should the targeted land uses change based on changes in the market? And then also, how have things changed in terms of infrastructure that has or hasn't been added to the city in those 10 years? And then finally, are there new sites that should be prioritized based on opportunities to, for example, revitalize older shopping centers that might be in more need of that than they were a decade ago, just based on changes in the retail industry? Last thing I'll say about that is there's also been discussion as part of our process that it would be wonderful for Pinole to take advantage of its waterfront from a development perspective. The reality is, though, there aren't a lot of sites that aren't committed to other uses on the waterfront. There potentially could be some areas that we could look at connecting waterfront to the downtown, and that could be maybe looked at as part of that specific plan update. So I think what our recommendation is that during the first year of our action plan implementation, we're not saying that you would go out and undertake a specific plan update, but that collectively the various city departments that would be involved would kind of sit down together and assess what really needs to be done or not, or what does not need to be done, and then define what might be a process for updating it, whether it involves a consultant contract or something that could be done, practically speaking, in-house.
Thank you. Those two questions were answered by Mr. Dale, Roger Dale, but Director Walden, would you like to add something? And then I will go back to Mr. City Manager.
Sure, I do. I also wanted to raise the issue of changes more recently over the last 5 years or so to housing law in the state of California as well, and the need for cities to go in and take a look at the standards, development standards that we apply to different projects and make sure that they are objective and not subjective. And so that would also be another thing that we would need to do with we will need to do with all of our planning documents, including the 3-quarter specific plan. And we might find that there are development standards in the specific plan, subjective or objective, that may be prohibiting some of the development anticipated by the plan from occurring. And so going through that process, we might be able to make some changes so that we could actually see the development we would like to see achieved in the city.
And if I may jump in, I think now that Councilmember Thomas has raised this question, I'm looking at one of the action plan bullets under development capacity placemaking. And I think there's a bullet that says internal game plan for updating the 3-quarter specific plan, which makes it sound like it's been concluded that it needs to be updated. That's actually, something that's already been stated in the strategic plan. The strategic plan says update the general plan and this 3-quarter specific plan. I guess if you're just looking at the economic development strategy in isolation, it's not that the economic development strategy is necessarily concluding, in the research you've done is concluding that it needs to be updated. We're already going to be updating it for other purposes. So maybe just rewording that bullet to something that makes it clear that it's, again, it's not the conclusion of the economic development strategy that it must be updated, but something about, working with, in concert with some of the other updates we're making to our land use plans to make sure that they, there's some synergy between those and the economic development strategies that we want to pursue. I don't know, Councilmember Toms, if you think that might satisfy that.
I think
issue.
so. I think when the general plan and the specific plans were developed, they were envisioned to be 20-year plans. And it was a costly endeavor.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that we're not just updating it just for the sake of updating it, that we really have identified areas that need to be amended. Thanks.
Got it. And then Director Whalen, do you want to comment on the staffing?
Sure. So if I remember the question correctly, it was about the 50% FTE. And are we thinking of hiring an individual for that work or working with a consulting firm? And at this point, I don't think we have an answer to that. I think that we have a variety of options, including use of utilizing existing staff who work for the city potentially, potentially hiring a consulting firm to help us with this work, potentially a shared service with another community. So I think there's options for us on the table, but we haven't made that decision yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we created a line item for economic development 2 years ago. Just a placeholder, if I remember correctly. Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Any other questions? No, perfect. Then I will turn it back to I will go to Councilmember Martinez Rubin, then I will go to the Mayor Pro Tem. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Director Whalen and Mr. Dale. I appreciated the strategy, lots to look forward to. Among the things that particularly caught my attention were the mention in 3 different ways, both as core strengths, priority clusters, and among the top 3 industries, hospitality and tourism. So with that in mind, and also dovetailing from the question that Councilmember Toms had about meshing existing documents, guiding documents like our general plan and any other updates that may need to happen. What comes to mind is the value of heritage tourism. And also what's in process for us here in Pinole is the consideration of a preservation ordinance that specifically would have an overlay in the Old Town area to preserve housing stock as well as to enhance existing commercial sites and otherwise, so that that character and historic tradition that Pinole is known for is sustainable. And so that ordinance is still, to be heard here in chambers and needs public input. However, it's one possible outcome that we may end up with that aligns with what your process has identified as an economic opportunity, and that's that heritage tourism and preservation. And related to that, so my question is, to what extent does the waterfront and historic downtown need to be improved? That's one question that I've got.
I didn't quite hear the last.
To what
couple
extent does the waterfront and the historic downtown need to be improved from what data you gathered and the input that you obtained so far?
Sure. Well, the concept of focusing on the downtown and the waterfront was strongly voiced to us during our meetings with the Economic Development Strategy Committee. The very first meeting, these were identified as some of the most important assets that Pinole has for economic development. I'm not sure that I would say they need to be improved in the sense that we would expect them to be changed. I think from our perspective, they need to be leveraged from a marketing standpoint. In other words, thinking about the types of businesses that you'd like to ultimately attract to the community. Think about things that would leverage your position as a regional destination for your old town or possibly your waterfront. So again, our plan is not a land use plan. We're potentially thinking that some of these things could be further emphasized in your general plan update or in your specific plan update or some other process, whether it's not a formal update of the specific plan, but some other way that these assets are recognized and leveraged as economic development opportunities. I very much agree with not only your community's input and the council members' input on this topic, that this is a unique opportunity in the sense that many communities would like to have an attractive downtown. Sometimes they don't have much to start with. And they have to kind of create something from scratch. In your case, you've got the resources there. You've got an attractive downtown with attractive buildings. And it's a question of perhaps introducing some new businesses that would attract people from the larger region, restaurants or specialty shops, possibly hospitality facilities, small hotel or bed and breakfast facility, the types of things that would capitalize on that attractive location from a tax base and a marketing perspective. So I guess to respond to your question, when we talk about improvements, we don't want to somehow destroy the environment that's there by thinking about changing it that much, but we want to try to maybe fill in some gaps in terms of business mix to make it a more functional downtown, a more attractive destination, but strongly focusing on the physical assets, whether it's waterfront or water views, the historic buildings or the existing businesses, to pull that all together in a way that moves you forward in terms of the types of visitors that would be attracted to Pinole.
Thank you. So I will insert a request that has been made by a number of residents here in Pinole that may not have participated in the input portion of your process. And that is related to the hospitality and tourism as a placemaking initiative or contributing to placemaking. So part of what distinguishes Pinole is its history, certainly. And it's in that regard, the cultural amenity that other than retail and new eateries would have. Specialty shops, certainly, we need to draw in other types of outlets that would draw people in. But I think to have a cultural community site that also anchors or further enhances the district or the historic area would be a draw to Pinole. Consider how when you go elsewhere to suburbs or older towns, whether in California or across the country, the location of a place that represents the historical collection or artifacts of that town are a place that draw people in, that bring in tourism. And so the notion of adding, was there discussion beyond eateries? We already have 17 of them on San Pablo alone. Additional to eateries and retail shops, was there further discussion about how to enhance and support the cultural aspects of the town, including the history, the art, and the performance arts that we have here in the city?
I would say at this time, we have not looked at those aspects of it. We can certainly do that as we finalize this plan. We have really focused on business opportunities as part of our market study, knowing, however, that the attractiveness of the area for those businesses is supported by the types of cultural amenities and events that you just mentioned.
Thank you. Thanks. And thanks for considering the possibility of having a cultural community site, specifically a Pinole History Museum, as part of that marketing aspect. Thank you.
If I may, one thing to note is that the focus on downtown revitalization was kind of laid out in the strategic plan. So the specific strategy in the strategic plan was develop a comprehensive economic development strategy that includes a focus on downtown redevelopment to activate. So I think it was a bit of a foregone conclusion that and I think that is consistent. Certainly it was, kind of a unanimous goal of the city council that adopted the strategic plan. I think it still continues to be a goal of every council member. So we knew going in that the economic development strategy would have some focus on downtown reactivation. Whether the word redevelopment is exactly the right term for that, I guess you could debate. So we knew that that was going to be a focus. Roger, based on Council Member Martinez Rubin's question, though, my attention was drawn to the core responsibilities table between our economic development staff person and our community development director. And there are a couple tasks that are listed under the core responsibilities of the community development director, namely placemaking improvements to special focus areas and coordination of infrastructure improvements for targeted development areas. So those are two things, functions that I think speak a bit to the ideas that Councilmember Martinez Rubin mentioned. And I didn't see them among the year one activities. So I don't know if those are activities that are envisioned for in terms of the action plan. Those are items that are going to take place further in the future, or I don't know if you want to comment on those. You know, there doesn't have to be a one-to-one mapping between the types of projects that the ED staff member and the community development director are going to do, but seems like they should all live, there should be some reference and tie in at some point. So, and I don't know if that means there's some additional tasks we should add to the action steps that are reflective, because I think we're doing lots of things related to placemaking, including considering, you know, specific plan updates, branding of the city overall and all of that.
Yes, so you're correct. Those are not necessarily specifically focused on in year one, but we can definitely shift some things around or add new activities to make that more explicit. And I think in part, the way that the city might approach that would possibly depend on the decision about what to do as far as updating or some other process to the specific plan, because some of those things are either directly or indirectly addressed in the specific plan or could be. And so let's have a discussion about this as we finalize the document and see what's the most practical way to carry those things forward, especially in the first year or so.
Yeah, great. For example, you know, the community development director participates in the development of the CIP. So that's essentially an action step that we're already taking, can be a year one function. Whether we've really been looking at it with a lens towards placemaking or not, is that might be a different way to look at it. But so that sounds great, to look back at those core responsibilities and make sure they're reflected in the action steps. And it's already very front loaded. So if you want to propose a rebalancing, if there's some things that are moved up, some other things should be moved, you know, further back. Thanks.
Sure, we'll do that.
Thank you. Then I will turn it back to Mayor Pro Tem. Please go. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Whalen and Mr. Dale, for your presentation. I thought it was incredibly informative, and also appreciated what I saw as an extension to the market analytics report and void analysis that we did in 2019. So this is really helpful information. And I also just wanted to encourage the public to look at those two documents available on our city website, which I think are all formulative towards creating a strong economic development strategy. So just wanted to thank you for your report. I do have two questions, and God bless conjunctions, because I mixed a question together. So I hope that suits us tonight. My first question is, there's a lot of analysis in the strategy, and so, or in the draft strategy. So one thing I noticed that was missing is around physical risk. I mentioned this because today we are, right now in a time where there's extreme heat waves in California, and consumers are being asked to, use less energy. Those include business owners as well as residents. And so can you elaborate on how your analysis or assessment helps our community understand the physical risk to our community and their impacts to the industries or clusters, as you mentioned, as well as individual businesses in the workforce?
Sure. So if I understood, you said physical or fiscal?
Physical.
Physical. Okay. So we have, I guess the most straightforward answer is we have not specifically looked at those types of issues, except where they are implied in the discussions we had with stakeholders who are all aware of these concerns, and also where they're implied within the types of industries and development that the plan targets. In other words, we've selected target industries that are known or expected to be growing in spite of changes concerning climate action and so forth. So that they're things that are not specifically known to be threatened by climate change, but would expect to grow in the future despite those concerns.
I understand.
A number of the things that you've talked about, I think, are important to assess. And again, probably more in the context of the general plan or other land use planning initiatives that we have not specifically addressed. And I would be glad to take a look at this as we finalize the document to see where there are opportunities to maybe more specifically reference those issues without, however, being able to go into a real in-depth analysis from a physical scientific standpoint of those issues.
Great. I mentioned this because I have spoken with several business owners, and a lot of what they mention has to deal with threats to their businesses based on physical risk. So I mentioned, of course, the heat wave that's currently, that most of us in California are dealing with, but also, our state is also in the state of emergency around drought. A lot of, business owners are talking about their water rates and those type of issues as well as energy. And how they're spending that. So I just want to make sure that we have some kind of assessment or analysis integrated in this. And yeah, we don't have to go too sciencey, but I think the fact of the matter is, I know that in Pinole we have business owners who are making conscious decisions around sustainability in the environment. And what I hear from them is that they would like their city to support them in the development of their business through that lens as well. So I think, economic development equals sustainability. Perhaps we can figure out a way to connect those. My other question is my mixed question. So bear with me, Mayor, but it is, what is your theory, Mr. Dale, what is your theory of change in the development of the strategy? And to that effect, what is your recommended reporting mechanism for increasing community awareness of economic development initiatives and successes in our community?
Okay, first of all, this is a plan that's intended to have a lifespan, if you will, of about 5 years. And so it's something that we wouldn't expect to still be relevant, let's say 10 years from now. I mean, much of the basic baseline conditions and economically in the city will still be influencing what's happening in 10 years. But these types of actions would probably need to be revisited for sure at the end of the 5-year period. But there are also ways of, in a sense, look at the list of action items by year as a checklist of things that are to be accomplished over that 5-year period. And I think implied in that is that at the end of each year, there would be an assessment of what's been accomplished, what has not yet been accomplished, and any changes in conditions that might warrant reprioritizing the remaining time of the plan. So it's something that even though it's got a 5-year shelf life, I think internally you would kind of update it from year to year based on the resources that you have available to implement it. For example, the timing of when a new staff person might be available, that could influence how soon you could really get going in earnest on these activities. And then assessing what has worked and not worked at the end of each year. We will, in the final document, include more of a specific monitoring program that would include a checklist for each year and a basic procedure for reporting back to the city council and the community on progress made. And we're careful in that not to load the staff or the city council with a monitoring program that becomes too cumbersome just in terms of measurement and data collection, but just a basic system of reporting what resources have been devoted to the process, what the outcomes have been, and recommendations for adjusting strategies or priorities over time based on the initial results. So we'll work with staff to create something that is convenient and at the same time conveys necessary information to the city council and the public. In terms of engagement in the public, that's a great idea. That's part of what our hope is in creating an economic development brand for the city. Your public will become more aware of economic development as a city function. Part of the city, yes, but in a sense, kind of a separate activity that is tracked directly by the public through the webpage and through this branding program, so that we got a sense of ownership, not only of the general public, but also specifically with organizations in the community and the region that can support you in implementing some of these action items.
Great, thank you.
If I may, can I add a little info as well? So one thing to note regarding our existing businesses is that one of the action items for the first year is what's labeled as in-house plan for existing business outreach. So that I think ties into, as Roger mentioned, some of the resilience stuff is going to be addressed through our land use planning activities. But we can, and we intend to, or it's recommended as part of this plan to do outreach to our existing businesses to learn about their issues that might be resilience related, but they might be finance related and other things like that. So we would hope to learn from having dialogue with our existing businesses where their pain points are. And if they happen to be things like, environmental issues or supply costs like water and electricity, we can, that will be surfaced through those conversations, and then we can figure out how to strategize around them. So it's not being missed. The resilience needs of the existing businesses are not being missed. I think they're being covered because we'll have conversations with the existing businesses to learn about all of their different needs, and then we can strategize around those. I think, Roger, the comment by Mayor Pro Tem Murphy raised an interesting point in my mind, which is, as you know, we're in the midst of developing a bunch of, or have recently completed a bunch of different plans. And one thing that we're trying to consistently incorporate into them are some metrics. And so I think, I think we would all love your thoughts on what kinds of metrics the city might follow to see how we're doing beyond just the output related ones of did we do this, did we do this task? That's very important. Did we do the things we said we were going to do, but also is it having the impact? And of course, the city doesn't get to control all of those things. So we all have to be careful in how we view the data once it comes back. But if you have some recommendations for some standard metrics that you think would be useful to the city, be it things like occupancy rates, rents, sales tax per transaction, whatever those might be, I think having half a dozen metrics that we can track over time to kind of monitor the economic development health of the city would be really interesting.
Yes, we will. I appreciate that point, and we will incorporate metrics. As you point out, there's sort of a balancing act between measuring outputs and outcomes. And the challenge there is that outcomes, as you've mentioned, are harder to control and maybe the result of not just the city's resources investment, but just the general condition of the larger economy and other conditions you don't control. Nevertheless, we can include those. The other challenge is finding things that you can easily get data to measure. And again, we'll kind of lay out some options for staff to look at and reach a good balance of getting meaningful, timely information without creating things that are hard to measure from a data collection standpoint.
Thanks. Thank you. And I just want to reiterate how thankful I am for this work. I'm super excited about it. So thank you so much for all you've done, and looking forward to more.
Thank you very much. We're excited about it as well.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for that excellent presentation. I've had the opportunity to talk to you at the previous meeting, sir, and I asked my questions, and I'm working with the city staff on moving forward with that economic development plan. And I'll be meeting with the official of the state of France visiting us on Thursday. We'll be discussing those plans, and we'll be looking at how we can move forward and having money invested in the city of Pinole. But I would like to thank all of you and thank you again. Do we have any other comments or any closing segment from anybody else before we move forward? Councilmember Martinez-Uben, please go ahead.
Additional to any metrics, quantitative data, there's always a qualitative, and you can have a simple pre and post pictorial of what is Pinole today, 2022 relative to how it will be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years from now, which speaks to the value again of collecting and and codifying in some way the historical record that the city has outside of even city hall data. But what is important to community members. So thanks for considering that. You know, it's the theory of change is a theory. And so the in between the pictorials are this document as I see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Ruben. That concludes our presentation. Thank you again for your work. Before we move forward, the city manager, do we have the budget for the first year and the following years to implement it? And the city staff exactly know what needs to be implemented to be able to move forward?
Yeah, I want to talk about next steps. Sorry, Director Whalen, I was going to have you address this, but since I'm on the mic. So the next step is to work with the Nadelson Dale group to make the changes that were discussed this evening, and then this afternoon, and then we'll bring it back for final adoption on consent. Hopefully we can do that pretty quickly. And yes, the action steps that are being recommended can be covered by the budget. As you mentioned, the city council has included some economic development resources. And so I think we're good to go from that perspective. Is that correct, Director Whalen?
Yes, that is correct. We've budgeted $80,000 for this fiscal year for economic development work.
That $80,000 will be able to cover that 27 items?
That's the plan. Yes, as mentioned, some are things we're already doing, some are not huge tasks, but yes, that's and you know, one of the tasks that was given to the Nadelson Dale group as part of putting this together was for them to recommend what felt like a right-sized economic development program. And so we appreciate that they've come back with that recommendation. We agree that it feels like a sustainable size and set of activities. So, yeah.
Thank you. Is this the first time the city has developed an economic development program?
I'm sure that we had one in the past, you know, certainly as part of redevelopment and perhaps also as part of the housing and economic development subcommittee. So we've talked about it on a couple occasions. I don't know that we've ever had anything that we've called an economic development strategy that's quite like this, but so yes, I think this is maybe the first in recent times. Yeah.
Excellent. So thank you again. We'll move on to the rest of the meeting. Thank you again. That concludes item 5A.
Mayor, we do have one public comment.
I close the public comment section, ma'am. I just want to clarify that. And then I'll move on to item number 6, which is adjournment to the regular city council meeting of September 6 in a few minutes. We'll be coming back at 6 o'clock in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. Thank you very much. Dave, I cannot hear myself. We'll start in 60 seconds, please, everybody. Thank you for coming. I'm very, very happy to see you all. We'll be starting the meeting in 45 seconds. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vincent Salimi. I'm the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I would like to welcome you all back to the regular city council of September 6, 2022. Can you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance in honor of the U.S. military troop? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item number 2, we'll move on to a land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodian of this land, we pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue the tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue a relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Item number 3, good evening, Madam City Clerk. How are you?
Good evening, Mayor. I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. Can you please do a roll call, City Clerk's report and statement of conflict before we move on?
Yes, thank you. Mayor Salimi,
Here?
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Toms. Here. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
City Manager Murray.
Here.
City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Deputy City Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted and distributed on September 1st at 2 p.m. with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Oh, actually, I'm going to correct that. We did receive one that just came in after 3 p.m. and that will be distributed and posted to the website. Does the council have any conflicts to report this evening? That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Before we move on, I would like to announce that agenda item 458A and 8B will be taken out of order this evening. The closed session will be taken at the end of the meeting, and presentation will be moved earlier. And we will follow the roll call and City Clerk reports. Thank you. So that means that we'll move on directly to the presentation. And tonight we have a special meeting with special people that have been doing very well for the last 50 years and plus in the city of Pinole. And we'll move on to item 8A, which is B, which is the presentation from the Pinole Young Actors presentation. And I would like to welcome Patty Clark. Good evening, ma'am. How are you? Great.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council, and audience. My name is Patty Clark, and I'm one of the founders of the Pinole Community Players, founded in 1986. The City of Pinole's Community Theater is located at 601 Tennant Avenue. My purpose tonight is to introduce you to our Pinole Young Actors program. This program was developed by David Clark in 1968 and has continued strong for 55 years. Through hard work and perseverance, we survived the pandemic. Mr. Clark started this program as a 4-week summer drama session and expanded the program to provide drama throughout the school year. We have 2 12-week sessions, which meet in the fall and spring. All students who register in the sessions participate in a selected musical, which is performed at the end of each session for family and friends. Over the years, we have taught thousands of children from ages 6 to 14. Our students who graduate at 14 move on to our teen company drama program, which they can participate until age 25. This program meets 5 weeks each summer to develop, rehearse, and perform a full-length musical. They are performing Shrek the Musical this weekend. These programs not only provide educational and performance opportunities for our students, but from surrounding communities such as Hercules, Rodeo, and San Pablo. But we also have students from Benicia and Moraga who have come to register for these programs as well. Our theater programs develop teamwork, respect for others, performance techniques, and most important, self-confidence to perform their work in front of an audience. So with that being said, I would like to introduce to you the cast of this year's summer production, The Little Mermaid, singing their finale song, Under the Sea. Thank you.
You don't have to leave right away. You can stay. Okay. Now the city council will perform the same song.
On three?
Yes. Thank you. That was excellent. Thank you for all for coming. Thank you. Good luck. Patty, if you don't mind staying with us a little bit longer. On behalf of the city of Pinole, I would like to thank you for everything that you have accomplished, something that started with your husband and has been continuing with your work and the work of your family and every staff. And I know that how hard your husband has worked, but as long as we are willing to remember him, he will still be alive, and what he has accomplished and what he has done is still in the community. And then when I see that people are traveling from Benicia, when I see them traveling from Vacaville, just coming to Pinole, and some of them are grown-up people who are even older than I am now, and they make this as a profession. This is a real legacy. And on behalf of the city of Pinole, I would like to thank you deeply from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. If you can go to the microphone, we can hear you better.
Well, as you can tell, it's my passion and I love it, or else I wouldn't be doing it for 35 years. But it just like tonight, seeing those faces and the smiles and how much joy they had this evening to come out and perform for you this evening. It just, it just warms my heart, and I'm hoping it made all of you, made your evening and made you a little happier and so forth. So, but that's what we love to do. And these children will move on to the teen company. And then the teen company then moves on to the adult company. We do adult productions also in that community playhouse. So that place is hopping. So anyway, yeah, we're in rehearsals right now for Shrek. So, but I thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to share, the joy and what we bring to our community. I think we're a real diamond here, and we appreciate all the support that the council and Vincent, what you've done. And yeah, it's just, the pandemic was a struggle, but we did it. And we're very proud of that. So thank you again for all your support.
You are very welcome. I just want to give an opportunity for the rest of the council to say a few things.
Okay.
Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yeah, Patty, I wanted to thank you for all the work that you and Dave have done, for so many years. My kids have gone through, or my daughter has gone through the program. Actually, two of my kids have, and really enjoyed it. And I have other family members that have as well. And so I think it's great that we have, a partnership with the Pinole players to bring these programs to the community. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And my wife, Monica, actually was a student of your husband as well.
I know. Small world, huh?
Now you have my daughter, so you have two generations.
There we go.
Excellent. Mayor Pro Tem, please go ahead.
I think I said everything in the back, but thank you so much. I mean,
You're so
bringing
welcome,
So
Devin.
much to Pinole, and this is great. I mean, this is the best council meeting we had. I'm sorry, council. This is the best one we've had. So thank you so much for all you do. And if there's any way we can create and continue our partnership and just support, just let us know.
I will.
Patty, I just want to say thank you. I know my son benefited from the tumbling class, and yeah, until he picked up soccer. And so he still stretches, he still does all the exercises. So I just want to say thank you. And again, anything we can do to help to just increase your presence here in the city too. So just let us know.
I'm not going anywhere.
Thank you again.
You're welcome.
Hi, Patty. Thank you for the presentation. It did bring a smile and some new steps for us to practice here.
There you go.
But being a patron of the arts for as long as I can recall, I appreciate that you have continued. I know that COVID put a damper on plans, and glad to see also your partnership with the school district with using the theater there.
Yes.
And having been part of the in the audience for a chorus line and seeing the adults.
Yes, it was really quite an achievement and an honor for David. My daughter, Angie, his stepdaughter, actually, it was the director and choreographer. And she said to me at one point, she says, "Mom, this is the biggest production I've ever done. And I just am hoping that it comes together the way I want it to show, I know David's looking down and smiling down on us. And I have more plans for the high school as well. So you'll see more productions at the high school with the Pinole players, and hopefully to help them get a musical theater program going, because they don't have one right now. So those are my goals.
Great, great. And hats off to anyone who can carry a tune. That is not one of my talents. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Norma.
Thank you. Do you have any member of the staff that would like to add something before? Do you have any public comments, please?
Yes, we have one online comment.
Yes, Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, are you there? Do we have that in person?
No, I think maybe we'll come back to that comment, or the hand has been up for some time. So, and this is for a future item. So we're done with public comment for this one. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
That concludes item 8. B1, I will just take a quick break for 5 minutes. The TV station needs to do some modification to the setting of the sound and lighting. It's 6:17 on my watch, and we'll resume back at 6:25. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are resuming back the regular Pinole City Council. I'm Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole. It's Tuesday, September 6th, and we are moving on into item 8B, which is also presentation. And I'm very, very happy to welcome the Pinole Car Show presentation. And Mr. Cobb, I would like to welcome you and your group, and I would like to thank you for everything that you have done. And I wanted to give you the opportunity to really express yourself in a format that is not limited to 3 minutes, because what you have done, it's a lot for the community and you deserve as much time as you deserve. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is this on? Okay, well, the first thing that I need to do is thank all of our sponsors. Our sponsors are the reason for the big success of our car show. We gave out a total of $11,057.41 out of the money we made for the car show. The only thing we kept was $1,676.26 to start next year with. So that's where the money is going. And like I said, the biggest part of it is our sponsors. Now I'm going to have Debbie read our sponsors off, because I think their names should be mentioned tonight. There's quite a few of them. And but I would like to see the people of Pinole that's on TV, the council, and people that's in the room here, stop by these places. Stop by, go in there and buy something or talk to them, and let them know that you appreciate them donating to the car show committee. And like I said, if it wasn't for that, we would not have made nowhere in this much money. So I'll turn it over to Debbie. She will read the names of the businesses.
Good evening, everyone. And I would say that these businesses also lend to the success of Pinole as well. Nation's Giant Hamburger, Continental Electric, Sequoia Real Estate, Crockett's Premier Auto Body, Brian Hathcote, Dentist, West Coast Drilling, Antlers Tavern, Techne Color Body and Paint, Sheila's Hair Salon, Sue's Place, PJ's Restaurant and Bar, Square Deal Garage, East Bay Restaurant Supply Incorporated, Elsa Branny Town Garage, Dolan's Lumber, Cocoa County Kitchen, Sabor Latino 17, West Coast Muffler and Tires, East Bay Coffee, Lino Amaral State Farm, Kinder's Custom Meats, Copart, and Bear Claw Bakery and Cafe, as well as Accurate Auto Body.
Thank you, Debbie. You could read that off a lot better than I could. Also, I want to thank the city council and the city of Pinole for putting it on the budget so we can have this from year to year. One of the things that people don't realize about the car show is, and I've seen it because I've been involved with it for probably 20 years. I do a lot of interviews for Pinole TV. I don't know how many times I've been walking down San Pablo Avenue and hear somebody holler out, "Hey, Joe." And Joe would turn around and say, "God, I haven't seen you, Frank, in 10 years. And you see them start communicating because they haven't seen each other. This brings our city together. And I've seen this happen many times. Friends haven't seen each other. And it's one of the big benefits for this. And it's really a big benefit for all of our businesses downtown. Just stop by and ask any one of them. This is the best day of the year for them, profit-wise. And thanking the city council for doing this. Also, let's thank the police department, fire department, and the public works. We've been working real close with the police department for the last 3 years that I've been involved in putting this on. And it's been going really super smooth. I'm really glad of the person that we have, that the chief has appointed to be my go-to. And Jeremy Crones is a real fine gentleman, a lieutenant here, and I'm looking forward to working with him next year. And Public Works has done everything they can. They mowed the grass ahead of time because a couple of years ago, it wasn't mowed and it was real tall. And as you know, if you ever walk on that baseball field, it's not flat. There's potholes, kind of like in some of our streets. And it's kind of nice if the grass is low so you can look for them. So Joe is taking care of that. We put a new gate in so nobody has to drive across the infield in the dirt. As you can imagine, these guys spend $10,000-15,000 on paint jobs. The last thing they want to do is drive through the dust and get it all over their cars. So we put in an extra gate so they can enter it and stay on the lawn all the time without getting their cars all dirty. So that was one of the things that worked out with Joe and one of the city engineers. So that we took care of that, and the car show committee paid for it, and we did all the work to put it in. And our team has worked real hard on putting this on the last 3 times it's been on. We started in February, and you can see we're already in September, and we're not quite finished yet. So it takes a lot of time to put this on. And I want to thank everybody that's on my committee here, all the guys here in the white shirts. They spent countless hours putting this on. My job is just to coordinate with the city, public works, the police department, and the fire department in order to get things started at the beginning of the year and to finish it up. And that's what my job is. And all the decisions that are made from the car show team is done by a vote of the members. We do not have anybody that's a dictator and tells you, well, I want to do this and this is what it's going to do. That's not my job. I just coordinate things. So what I want to do right now, I want to give out a plaque, actually a couple plaques, one to the police chief, and it's in respect for 2 of our police posse crew that passed away. They were both at one time or another on our committee. And when they passed away, it was a great loss to us because of the dedication they have with the police department and with the community. So I would like to give out a plaque, a big plaque to the chief. And I also have 2 plaques that we had made up for the wives to show our appreciation, our thanks for what their husband did in the city and for our crew. This plaque is in remembrance of our fallen heroes from the Pinole posse. Nick Norton, Bill Journey, and I want to give this to the chief, and I hope he hangs it up somewhere in the police department to honor these gentlemen. Like I said, we made up plaques for the wives. They weren't able to come tonight. I don't think they wanted to be embarrassed or something. So we'll make sure that the wives receive the plaques that we had made up. The other person I would like to thank too is Frank. I can't hardly pronounce his last name. I think Pete Murray's the only one that can, and Debbie's the only one that can pronounce his last name. He's a gentleman at the little shopping center. If it wasn't for Frank letting us use the shopping center on the day of the car show, it would not be a big success because that is the only access from San Pablo Avenue to the park, to the baseball field. So if it wasn't for Frank, we'd only have everything either in the park and on the baseball field. We wouldn't have the nice setup we have downtown. And I want to thank Frank for that. He's been really good to work with over the years. And if he wasn't doing that, it would cut everything that we do at least 50%, money wise, car wise, everything would be cut like 50%.
Can we get Frank's last name just as a recognition if we can have? Frank Sikiki?
Yeah, that's his last name.
Thank you, Mr. Sikiki.
Probably the last thing I have to say Over the years, I've been involved with different things throughout the city, not just the car show, pasta feeds, deals for the military and for the Blue Star moms and the Gold Star moms. I've always had certain people that were on the city council for years and years. Anytime I did something, they were the first to volunteer to help me put anything on. They just helped me on a campaign for a lady that was running for the DA. She didn't win, but I had a lot of help from these people. I'd like to mention them: Pete Murray, Debbie, and Roy. They have always been there to help me and back me up. They have been at the car show in the morning at 5:30 in the morning, helping us register cars coming in. And they're there almost all day long. Some of them are there to the end of the day. So I want to thank them for all the help that they've given me and our team. And that's about all I have to say. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to try to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kopp. Can you please quickly remind us how many years have you been doing? How many years has the Pinole Car Show has been around, and how many cars are coming every year, and what's the turnout? Just
Yeah, I can tell you pretty close. The car show was put on almost 25 years by the Northern California Cruiser. They were an organized car show, and they put it on for years. They got to be too old, they said, to put it on, although they're younger than I am, but they said they couldn't put it on anymore. And they did it for all those years and did a very good job. So when I got involved with it, we kept it the same way they had it. When you do something 25 years and it's a success, why would you want to change it and start fooling around with what has worked so well? I've been into it for we've had 3 car shows since I've been involved with it. And it's been a very good success. This year, we had 261 cars showed up and paid. And the only thing, if there's any other thing you want to ask, somebody asked me how many people show up, how many citizens. All I know is it's way up into the thousands. So I can't tell you exactly how many, because we're kind of busy to do a head count for the day of the event. So that's all I can answer about that. I do have a couple of checks to give out tonight, and then I will be finished with my part of it. I would like to have Elizabeth come up. This is Elizabeth. She's with Meals on Wheels. I'll let her tell you a little bit about what they do. Then I'll present her a check.
Good evening. I'm one of the managers at Rodeo Cafe, Meals on Wheels. We prepare meals on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We have bingo. People get out and talk to each other. They're very happy to be there. I wish we could do it 1 or 2 more days, but people are still hiding. Meals on Wheels also has many programs. There's a grocery bag program. All the programs are for people over 60. So if you know somebody over 60, I don't know that there's an income limit, but if they can't get out to get groceries, twice a month, groceries are delivered to them. There's breakfast bags in different parts of the county. I'm hoping it comes to Rodeo soon. I know it goes to Martinez because I've delivered them. There's a fall prevention. We're going to start line dancing soon, which I'm really looking forward to. And if anybody wants any more information, they can call Meals on Wheels at 925-937-8311. And you'll be given all the information set up for any program that you want.
can you please remind me the phone number one more time?
Sure. 925-937-8311. So I thank you.
Well, now, Elizabeth, I'll be more than happy to give you this check from our car show committee for $2,000.
I thank you so much. And we thank you so much. It's going to go far helping our seniors and getting more information out. I think that's what's needed. Rodeo covers Pinole, Hercules, Rodeo, and Crockett. And actually, anybody who wants to come. We have several people from El Sobrante. So it's not limited to our town. And it would be great to get more people in. So thank you very much.
Okay,
I
thank you,
really
hon.
appreciate it.
And I'll see you later.
Okay.
Have a safe ride home.
Thank you.
Okay, I have one, actually a couple more checks to give out. One goes to the Pinole Hercules Little League, and I know the lady is here that's itching to come up here and talk and tell us about that, and I'll give her a check.
Thank you so much. My name is Sakara Sampson. I'm the Vice President of Pinole Hercules Little League. There are fields all over Pinole and Hercules. We've been there since 1961. And our mission, more than baseball, is just teaching young citizens, virtue and building character through baseball. And we're very grateful through the Pinole Hercules Car Show for considering us this year, because fields cost a lot of money, surprisingly, to maintain. And we're always looking for volunteers and help. So you can find us at PinoleHerculesLL.org, which is littleleague.org. So please log on and see if there's any way that you guys can help us out. This year, our fall registration is about 120 children from your local area. And last spring, our spring registration was about 400 children. So your donations go a long way. And in the spirit of community and volunteering, I want to bring up one of our very good parent volunteers, Angel here, and he will explain how we found, or how Pinole Car Show found us. And I think that's important.
Thank you to the car show group. Really, how the group here found the Pinole Hercules Little League. That's a good story. One of my dear friends was a member, and I think he mentioned that he would like for some of the funds, if possible, to be donated to the Pinole Hercules Little League, because he saw how much we needed the money. Bill Journey, which has been mentioned here before this evening, he was part of the posse. He was part of the car club. There was a lot of things that he was a part of, because he was a fantastic human being that cared for his community. And he took an inkling of interest in my family. And he would love to come down to support my son and my daughter, and not mind giving me a couple of tips as to how to best improve their playing. But because of Bill Journey, he was able to nominate our group. And thank you to the club for agreeing to donate the funds in Bill's name and in your guys' name to the Pinole Hercules Little League. It is definitely another organization which supports the youth of our communities, not only here in Pinole, but also in Hercules. And as a volunteer, I really do enjoy to see the growth of these young men and women that play both baseball and softball. So again, just wanted to thank the car club and really appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now I need to have one of our newest members of staff, Jeremy, needs to come up and receive a couple of checks. One goes to the senior center and one goes to Pinole TV.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeremy Rogers. I'm your new Community Services Director. I'm just getting in and diving in, and I met Bob. He's very involved with PCTV as well as the Senior Center. So we're very excited. He's very in tune to what we're doing there. So we're very thankful for him and the work that he puts in and all the hours he does volunteering. Thank you, Bob.
Okay, so everybody knows, we've already paid the bill for exactly what the senior center wanted. We had them give us a list. We ordered it, we paid for it to a tune of $1,514.41 that went to the senior center. And we paid that. And Pinole TV, we ordered a unit that I happened to show a picture to Jeremy of $1,315.90. That was bought and delivered to the TV station and all paid for. So right now, the only one that didn't show up tonight was the Pinole swim team. I talked to them a number of times. And I thought they were going to be here. And that's about all I have to say tonight. And thank the council for letting us put it on. And you might want to write down the date is June 25th, 2023. It's going to be the same thing as before. Maybe a few additions. We don't know yet. We're voting on it. So thank everybody. And I want to thank my crew right here, or my crew, our team, for everything that they've done. It's been a pleasure working with them. We've had a lot of dinners, drank a lot of beer, and we've had a lot of fun putting the event on. So thank you and thank the team.
Thank you again. Would you mind coming and just introducing yourself, because you're part of the community and you have worked so hard on that event. So I know they're part of your team. I just want to know. Please go to the microphone so we get to hear you. Podium. You came all the way here to the city council, so we'll be happy to hear a little bit about you too.
I'm Rob Sexton. I've been helping Bob out here for the last few years anyway. I've been a resident of Pinole for 47 years.
Congratulations. Thank you.
My name is Wes Troth. I've been part of the show Get Together for like 5 years now. And it's been a lot of fun and met a lot of nice people.
Thank you, sir.
Jim Travers. We've been with the show for 5 years, and we're happy to put it on in Pinole because of the large community gathering. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marguerite Mattingly, and I've been with these guys for 3 years, and it's been a lot of fun.
Thank you.
I'm Tom Mattingly, and I've been with the show since it started 5 years ago. And like Bobby said, there's thousands of people come through here. I was in business here in El Sobrante for 55 years. And I still have people come look me up because they know I'm here. So it's always great to see them. So it's like a whole home week for me. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Debbie Long, and I'm proud to be considered a part of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Never heard of you. Who are you?
I'm the team mascot. So Pete Murray. Thank you for letting us do this.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you again. I just want to, Bob, if we can have the group and take a picture with us, and I would like this council talk quickly about what you have been doing and what they have to say.
Say that again.
We can come take a picture and then come to the podium. Come here, we'll all take a picture. Please.
Okay.
I
Chief Gang, would you like to join us too? Okay, good. Sorry about that. Yes. Yeah. Where's Bob? Right here. Elizabeth. Yes. Come on. Right here, right here. There you go. I got that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
He's still here, he's still here.
Thank you again, everybody. And quickly, Councilmember Towns, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that normally I'm not able to go to the car show because I also go to the summer games for Special Olympics that same weekend. But this year I was able to attend, so it was a real treat. And what really is a treat to see all of these awesome organizations that are supported through all of your hard work. The Meals on Wheels, Pinole Hercules Little League, the Senior Center, Pinole Seals, those are all local, terrific programs. So thank you for supporting them.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for supporting such great programming in Pinole. And I am also challenged with that weekend. Oftentimes it's Global Pride. So I did peek in last time, but probably like 10 minutes. So hopefully I get the chance to do it in 2023. See you all soon.
Councilmember Tate.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I've been going to that event since I got to Pinole, and I just want to say thank you for all the work that you guys put in there. It's a regional event. A lot of people in the Bay Area are aware of it and are aware of Pinole because of it. Kids love it. I know that we had food trucks, and we're starting to see a lot more different food items and people going in and out of Antlers and everything. It's just really great to see that, and just want to thank you because that's coming from all of your hard work. And we on council are nothing more than proud of your organization and everything you do for the town. Thank you.
If you don't mind, Mayor, I did forget one thing, and it was one of the more important things. We actually gave to a veteran. We had his home painted up in Antioch, the whole house painted and trimmed, and he happens to be one of the veterans of the Marines that was in the place that they keep talking about on TV about having bad water for years and years, and now he's paying the price for it. But we also had his house painted. I forgot to mention that. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Zuben.
So Bob Kopp and crew, I want to thank you for your patience with us council people up here. So I remember, Bob, your reaction to when we were asking about wanting to know how many people actually came. to this event. And I felt then that you were a bit frustrated with us, wanting us to, get a sense of why this event had to be put on after a pause, given COVID. And your persistence and your dedication, and I think also the connection that you make, that you've had over the years, shows up in bringing people together to continue an event like this, whether one is a driver, a writer, a classic car enthusiast, a modern day vehicle supporter, what have you. There's room for events that are outdoors and that draw people in from different parts of the area. So I'm still looking forward to having some way to identify how this event can fit in with other outdoor kinds of events, festivals and such that we can have in the future, because it's the outdoor experience and the connection that people have amongst each other who have known, you've known each other for years. But there are also people who come to this event from outside of Pinole who ask about what it's like to live in Pinole. I've heard the stories about the reunions among people who come in from different parts of the state. And I've also been asked about, what's real estate like in Pinole? So the opportunity to play up and talk about our town is definitely there. And the kinds of effects that this event has are a number, they occur in different ways. So thank you again. And thank you for your patience with us. I know that sometimes it seems a little bureaucratic for us to ask certain things, but bear with us because we get a lot of requests, and thanks for showing us that the spirit of volunteerism continues, and the enjoyment of people with common interest is also important and so much a characteristic of residents here in Pinole.
Well, one of the things you wanted to know is how far away do people come to Pinole for the car show? We had a group come from Redding and Red Bluff down to the car show. We've had them from San Jose. We've had them, a group, GTO owners came from South San Francisco. So we spread out all over the area. I mean, they come from San Ramon, Danville, of course, they're close to us. But we have quite a few that come quite a ways. A couple of years ago, we had a couple of cars come from Clear Lake, from Lake County. And I imagine they stayed home because they didn't want to pay $6 for gas to get down here and back. That's probably why some of them stayed away. But it does cover a lot of area, brings a lot of people. That's, it was the thing of where the heck in the world is Pinole? And there was bumper stickers, you remember years and years ago. It was on there because nobody knew where we were. And now, the different ways we can get our message out that we have one heck of a good town and we want to keep it that way.
Thank you again. Great presentation, great work. And that's part of the economic development of the city of Pinole. And I also would like to thank all of you, but also city manager and the city staff, because they reminded us a few years ago that the budget was not part of our annual budget, and the city council worked on into creating a specific item for that community development project for the car show. So I believe we have $30,000 out of our budget dedicated every year. And this is something that was made possible through the work of our new city manager and reminding us of how things need to be done so that we get to use that budget on an annual basis. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, as well, and the entire city staff. Please go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to say I'm accepting this plaque for Ruth Gurney, Bill's wife, and she wanted me to tell you thank you very much for this. And she knew that Bill would be honored. So
excellent. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to hear all that, and thank you, Bob and the car show, and thank you, Elizabeth, the car, and Will on Wheel, and to Little League, and everybody has been working so hard. We are so proud of having you, and we look forward to seeing you again in a few months. Bye-bye. Excellent. That concludes item number 8B. And then we can go out of order, which is item 8A. And then I will give you the entire city staff a few minutes to go to the proclamation. And tonight we have two proclamations. And the first one will be the National Health Center Week. And I will invite the entire city council to join me in the reading of that proclamation. I will just double check that everybody is ready. Excellent. So we'll move on. Tonight we'll be doing National Health Center Week, August 7, 13, 2022. Whereas a civil rights movement in the 1960s catalyzed the establishment of community health centers in the United States of America, the Office of Economic Opportunity, OEO, set up neighborhood health centers to provide health and social services to the medically underserved and disenfranchised population. And
whereas as the country's largest primary care network, community health centers are the healthcare home for 30 million Americans in over 14,000 communities across the nation. 1 in every 12 people in the United States gets their care in a community health center. And whereas every day, community health centers develop new approaches to integrating a wide range of services beyond primary care, including oral health, vision, behavioral health, and pharmacy services to meet the needs and challenges of their communities. And
whereas Lifelong Medical Care, a dynamic nonprofit community organization with 14 primary care health centers, including 1 in Pinole, 4 dental centers, 2 dental vans, an adult day health center, 4 school-based health centers, a supportive housing program, mental health services, and immediate urgent care centers, delivering quality health services for all ages. And
whereas the community health center model continues to prove an effective means of overcoming barriers to healthcare access, including geography, income, and insurance status, improving healthcare outcomes and reducing healthcare system costs. And
whereas National Health Center Week offers the opportunity to celebrate America's over 1,400 health centers organizations with over 12,000 service delivery sites, their dedicated staff, board members, patients, and all those responsible for their continued success and growth since the first health centers opened their doors more than 50 years ago. And whereas during National Health Center Week, we celebrate the legacy of America's community health centers and their vital role in shaping the past, present, and future of America's healthcare system. And
now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim August 7, 13, 2022 as National Health Center Week in the City of Pinole. We do have a proclamation here. We unfortunately do not have anybody to pick it up tonight. I will just give it to the city clerk, Madam City Clerk, if we can just pass it to Madam City Clerk. Do we have any comments from any city council member? Council member Martinez-Zuben?
thank you. Hopefully next year we'll actually be part of the Health Center Week this time because we schedule our meetings. It seems a little later, but doesn't minimize the recognition to value the health centers as sites to increase access to healthcare, particularly for persons who aren't necessarily part of the larger insurance programs that tend to be associated with large employers. As many of us know that our healthcare system is still fragmented in the United States. And so health centers, local health centers help with filling the gaps between the lack of having an immediate healthcare provider and access to a larger healthcare facility, which we don't have in Pinole. So thank you to the network of health centers, including Lifelong as an example, to provide services to people.
Thank you, Council Member Martinez-Zuben. Any other council member would like to add something, please? Excellent. Well, then, do we have any public comments, Madam City Clerk?
No public comment.
Excellent. Thank you again and congratulations. Let's move on to the next proclamation on item 8A. Next proclamation will be related to the Blood Cancer Awareness Month of September 2022. Whereas lymphoma is the most common form of blood cancer and the third most common cancer of childhood, and
whereas more than 1 million people in the United States are living with or in remission from lymphoma and chronic lymphocytic leukemia, and every 5 minutes, someone is diagnosed with lymphoma, and
Whereas a cure for lymphoma can only be realized through advanced cancer research, and whereas awareness and education are powerful tools in the race to find a cure for blood cancers, and
Whereas the health and vitality of the people of Pinole are significantly enhanced by local efforts to increase communication and education pertaining to blood cancers. And
Whereas the city of Pinole is hosting a staff and community blood drive on Wednesday, September 7th, 2022, in an effort to raise awareness and help provide vital resources for those who are fighting blood cancer. And whereas Blood Cancer Awareness Month helps to raise general awareness of the disease and provides hope for all of those affected by lymphoma diagnosis.
now therefore I, Vincent Sedimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa County, State of California, on behalf of the City of Pinole and the City Council, do hereby proclaim September 2022 as Blood Cancer Awareness Month and to commend this observance to all of our citizens. It is a form of cancer that impacts everybody, and we somehow all know somebody in our family that's been impacted or close to our family that has been impacted. And tomorrow, I do believe that we have a blood drive, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, Mayor, we just want to highlight that in support of Blood Cancer Awareness Month, the City of Pinole is hosting a community and staff blood drive in partnership with the American Red Cross. It will be tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Pinole Youth Center, which is located at 635 Tenant. We do still have about 9 slots available for anyone who wants to sign up or donate. So you can please go to redcrossblood.org and enter the code PCYC. And we're looking forward to a great event.
PCYC tomorrow from the hours of 9 to 3.
Yes.
And we have 9 additional spots. I signed up this afternoon, so I'll be going there and I'll be happy to participate. Councilmember Martinez Zuman.
no, I want to thank staff and Madam City Clerk for spearheading this effort. Were it not for a couple of us being elsewhere, we probably would be there as well, right? Yeah, it used to be I could escape from donating blood, but I think the weight, I've surpassed the weight limit. Thank you. Everyone, if you are able to donate life, which is what blood is, we encourage you to do so.
And Mayor, if I could, I just wanted to add, it was a collaborative effort to put the blood drive, to have that happen this year. It's such a nice meeting of announcing all of our community activities and events, and just thanks to HR and recreation staff for helping to facilitate and take care of the logistics of the working with the American Red Cross, and then also to staff and the community for signing up. We have almost hit our 100% signups of, I think it's close to 50 donations. So as you mentioned, you know, just the impact that will have is really wonderful. So just thank you to staff and the community that signed up.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that, and I'm here to see that the community is all working together. Any other council member would like to add something here? Do we have any public comments, please?
No public comments.
Okay, excellent. If I may, I would like to hand you, Madam City Clerk, that proclamation as well. Thank you. Excellent. That concludes item number 8. And we'll move on to the next item, which is item number 6, citizen to be heard. And we'll have 2 citizens to be heard tonight. So, and then we'll come back also for a second time before the adjournment of the meeting. Madam City Clerk, do you have any citizen that wish to talk tonight?
Yes, we do have one in-person card. I think it's Sheldon Good. Hold. Code. Sorry about that. Sheldon Code.
Thank you, Mr. Code, for waiting. Usually you would have been in the beginning, but I do appreciate your patience, sir. Thank you. Yes, it is.
Am I close enough to this? Can you hear all right?
A little bit closer.
Okay. First of all, I would like to specifically thank Councilmember Maureen Toms for your monthly newsletter that you send out. I find it very helpful. I have no idea how you got my email address, but I appreciate it. And I think it's a real public service. So thank you. The reason I'm here is I've been trying for months to get something very basic. I apologize, it's trivial. The city council should not even have to hear about this. But I've tried, this is my 6th attempt to get some trash cleaned up out of a city park. And so I would like to start off with an overarching question, because there may be something I don't understand. Is it the policy of the city of Pinole and this city council to allow trash to accumulate in, around, and adjacent to the city parks? So yes or no question.
Please continue with your comments and we'll get back to you, sir.
Well, I need to know whether it's the policy or not, because the rest of what I have to say hinges on that.
I can tell you it's not our policy.
It's not the policy. Okay, I didn't think it was, and I have no idea. This is my 6th attempt to get some trash cleaned up out of the park. I've used quotes on Sarah Drive. I've called Public Works twice. I've called the police department, although I didn't think it was really their responsibility, but there was a homeless person sleeping in the park at one point. And I've called the administrative secretary and left a message. It wasn't returned. I've sent an email to the city manager. It wasn't returned. And I would like to ask the city council at this point to direct the city manager to make this happen. And I'm happy to work with whoever is actually going to do the work. The trash cannot be seen from the street. You can drive by it 100 times, you'll never see it. And I'm trying to do my share. I walk through the park twice a day, 6 days a week, and I clean up stuff that I see that blows in there. And some people think it's okay to eat and dispose of their trash as they walk. So I'm trying to do my share, but the trash that I'm talking about is more than I can handle. So I'm asking for your help.
So if I may, Mr. Code, I'm the city manager, Andrew Murray. I don't have any record of having gotten an email from you, but I'm perfectly happy to address your concerns. So feel free to, you and I can maybe get together right there in a minute or two. You can give me your contact information. I'm happy to.
I'd be
have
happy
city
to
staff-
do that. And I'd like
Sure.
to hear from you because, as I said, this is my 6th attempt at, I guess, 4 or 5 different parts of the city government.
Mhm.
And in the past, I used to call every once in a while Junior Castro of the Public Works Department. And to my mind, my way of thinking, he was an exemplary city employee. And he told me something once that really resonated with me, and I'll leave this with you. He said, I never forget who I work for. And he wasn't talking about the city manager, and he wasn't talking about the city council. So I'm a bit frustrated. So if you can work with me on this, sir, I would appreciate it very much. I'll be happy to give you my contact information. And can I have your commitment that I'll hear back from you personally?
We'll talk right now.
No, I mean to get this done.
Sure.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your patience. And I'm happy that you reached out to us. And I can also give you my personal cell phone number. You can also call me next time if you need me. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yes, please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so the city manager knows all too well that we have these unsung heroes like Mr. Code throughout town. And it shouldn't have to take someone to come to city council to be, or someone on staff to be responsive to getting our public grounds clean. And although, and I appreciate Mr. Code that how you pose the question, you know, is it the policy to leave things as they are, which are not in the best condition, and that is with all the litter that accumulates? No, it's not. So can we at least know, do we have an answer to the scheduling that does occur to clean our parks before there is an accumulation of litter to the point where, you know, it becomes intolerable, unsafe, or possibly a draw for vectors? Do we even have that information? Said Mr. Murray. And this is all, you know, this goes out as well to the public who may experience a bit of frustration, and I know that they also go along among them, you know, people, particularly after Republic Services does its job, after trash pickup day and things blow onto the street, etc., that on top of others who are careless and throw things out of their car windows, etc., all of that just doesn't help. So ordinarily, how often are there staff that go out and pick up?
So without knowing, I mean, we don't know anything about this situation, particularly if it's garbage that's being dropped out of, disposed,
Yeah,
maybe
but,
illegally out of eyesight.
no, but generally to, you know, keep our
So
parks clean.
for illegal dumping, we usually go out on a complaint basis, right? So we don't go, I mean, we're doing our regular park maintenance. A city staff person visits every park every single day. Doesn't mean that they go to all of the corners of every park. Coincidentally, we're going to have a city council agenda presentation on park maintenance. I believe in October. Yes, so this is a item that was requested as a future agenda item by the city council, presentation on park maintenance, including at Fernandez Park, the playing fields and otherwise. We'll be hearing all about that on October 18th. So I would suggest that we wait to hear the details at that meeting. We can talk about the schedules. As you know, the city council allocated some additional money in this current year budget to have our landscaping contract company perform more litter cleanup on weekends. Previously, they were really just servicing the restrooms on weekends, not doing other litter cleanup in the park. And so we're working to get that contract in place. So want to recognize the city council for that. Yeah, and so we'll talk more about the various, you know, maintenance activities and their schedules in about a month and a half time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to have people discouraged for what they can help, because you're not only asking our help, you're asking yours as well. And oftentimes don't even realize how many people actually help the city in picking up the litter that potentially accumulates, unsightly, unhealthy, etc.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Uban. We have a process, a website. We report those items and the ticket, and I believe the ticket is being followed by city staff. They're usually pretty responsive within 24 hours to 48 hours. Somebody does respond to you. So I don't know the detail of all the information that you are providing us tonight, but I'm glad to hear that the city manager will personally get back to you, sir. So I do apologize for any inconvenience. Thank you for expressing yourself, and we work very hard as a community to make this our community a clean place. Thank you. And then the police department is very supporting us into maintaining this community also safe and clean as well. Thank you, sir. No problem. No, we'll have it done tonight, and hopefully within the next week, everything will be taken care of. Thank you, sir, and welcome again. That concludes citizen to be heard. Anybody else would like to talk, please?
Yes, we have Rafael Menes in person, followed by Jeff Rubin online.
Excellent. Who will go first? Mr. Menes, good evening again.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Raphael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I would like to start, as I have for the past several council meetings, by discussing our current COVID-19 case rate of the city of Pinole. It's a little bit more difficult to find on the county's website these days, but it's still there. As of this morning, our case rate in the last 14 days per 100,000 was 358.2, which is significantly lower than it was in August at our last meeting, but is still quite a bit higher than what would be considered, low or very low. I think the standard used to be 100 for you don't need to wear masks outside and 50 per 100,000 for you don't need to wear masks indoors. Right now, we're the 6th highest rate in the county, counting unspecified areas in the county as well, 5th highest if you don't count the unspecified areas. So that's a point of moderate concern, I'd say still, that we should keep in mind. It's not as bad as it was in August, but we still have pretty substantial spread of COVID-19 in the community, and we should still continue to take precautions against it. My second point links into Mr. Code's comments just now. First off, there's going to be a coastal cleanup on, I believe it's Saturday the 17th this year. And that's not just on the coast, it's also, cleanup going on throughout the city along the river line, in the parks. It's a time when everybody in the community can come together to help with cleaning things out. And while that doesn't replace the sort of routine maintenance that, as Mr. Code noted, should have caught the issues he was dealing with before he had to bring it up 6 times. It's still something that we can all do together to help make our city better. And I encourage everybody to take part in it. It's a great time to get together outside with everybody and help clean up the city and make the city better for everyone. And secondly, I have a question through the mayor to city staff. Who would have been the best person for Mr. Code to reach out to get the most rapid possible response, assuming everything worked out properly and there weren't any communication glitches? Should he just have reached out to City Manager Murray directly? Should he have been reaching out to somebody within a given department, a given phone number, a given line? Because I doubt that he's the only person that has issues with trash being encountered and, wanting to have somebody in the city deal with it, but not being sure which city department or which number to contact. So if somebody else runs into that situation, what number should they call? Who should they reach out to? Thank you.
Just because I think this is a matter of interest to maybe some other listeners. Most appropriately, Public Works, and there's information on the Public Works Department website, but people are also always welcome to email me. And I would say generally, we essentially have a no wrong doors. You can email almost any department and they understand the expectation that they'll put you in contact with the right person. So frankly, I'm perplexed by the situation that was described by Mr. Code, and we'll look into it. We do occasionally make updates to our website and communication protocols. So it's possible that his messages ended up not making it to somebody's inbox, although we don't very often hear of such situations. So we'll definitely connect with him to learn about the situation of concern that he mentioned. But people are really welcome. They can always contact the city manager's office. They can contact Public Works for maintenance, and can also call the front desk. There are all sorts of different points of contact, which will result in you getting connected with the right resource.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Then I believe we have Mr. Rubin who would like to talk. Good evening, sir. How are you?
I am well. I'm hoping you can hear me.
Loud and clear, sir. Please go ahead when you're ready.
So as president of the Pinole Historical Society, I'm pleased to announce that we are having our first program in nearly 3 years. It's this Friday at our new home, which is the Pinole Sportsman's Club at 201 Pinion Avenue. And this program will be delivered by Cal State University professor John Robinson. This is his 4th program for us. And this one's on the short-lived history of Bay Area shoreline art. And I'm sure everybody can remember the artwork that existed on the shoreline as you approach the turnoff into the Bay Bridge on Interstate 80. There were some fabulous pieces of art made out of driftwood and other objects, and most of them are not there. What happened to them? Are there any left? Where did they go? John Robinson will give us a history of this uniquely, distinctly Bay Area artwork scene. That's this Friday, September 9th, 6:30 to 8 at the Pinole Sportsman's Club. And a second announcement, and I'm going to harken back to the presentation made about the car show and the acknowledgement of all the people who made it happen. And Pinole's a unique community in that regard, in that everybody always shows up to volunteer and to help out. And the Pinole History Museum is having a fundraising dinner on Saturday, September 24th. It's over at Valley Bible Church in Hercules, and we have some incredible prizes from the San Francisco Opera, American Conservatory Theater, San Francisco Symphony, San Francisco Giants, the 49ers, the A's, the San Jose Earthquakes, wine and tastings from wineries in Napa, Sonoma, and Healdsburg, travel to Tuscany, South Africa, multiple golf trips. But the really special part of this is the community support that we get from the numerous organizations, too numerous to mention. There's probably about 50 of them. Please visit our website at pinolehistorymuseum.org. Look at all of the people who are sponsoring and making this fundraising dinner happen. Some of the same people who sponsored the car show. And please consider coming to the first museum fundraising dinner in 3 years on September 24th. Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. City Manager, we in the past, the city of Pinole used to buy tickets for that fundraiser. What is the process that has been put in place for us to be able to do the same thing? What would be needed for the city of Pinole to be able to buy tickets for that fundraiser?
The city council would have to approve an appropriation for that purpose. I think city staff would view it as essentially a donation to a local nonprofit organization. So if the city council would like to have that considered as a future agenda item at a council meeting, you can seek that. We're happy to carry out whatever direction the city council.
Okay, so I'll be moving pretty soon to item number 7, which is reports and communication, and item to be added to the agenda. See if the city council seek to buy tickets that would have to be made through a request as further agenda. That what you're saying by a council member? Is that what you're saying, asking us to do?
I mean, that would be the process. We don't really have a standard policy regarding making donations to local nonprofits. That's something the finance department could develop if the city council would like. But I don't know that we have any consistent historic practice on that.
Thank you. Do we have any other citizen that wish to talk tonight?
No more public comment.
Excellent, thank you. That conclude item number 6, which is citizen to be heard, and we'll then move on to item number 7, report and communications. 7A, mayoral report. First of all, I would like to start with the blood drive, which we discussed earlier. That will be tomorrow. And then I would like to also let you know that we'll be receiving the French government on Thursday. They will be coming here with the visiting the city of Pinole and discussing about economic development, and we'll be having a community economic director, Ms. Wallen will be there, and then we'll have some people from the county as well. And then we'll be discussing about Pinole's opportunity on Thursday. I also would like to announce a bad news. We unfortunately lost the brother of one of a former mayor. Baby Long's brother passed away. His name was Jim Autry. And I wanted to take a moment of silence. But before we take a moment of silence, I would like to invite former Mayor Baby Long to talk a little bit about his brother. If you don't mind, Ms. Long, good evening again.
Good evening, and I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the city for acknowledging my brother's passing and sending flowers for that. That was very, very appreciative at that time. It just seems like it's odd. You had Blood Cancer Awareness Month, and my brother died of multiple myeloma. And so it is out there. It rages through everyone's family. My mother passed of leukemia several years ago, so our family is very aware of this. But my brother, he was my oldest brother, and he was a good man. And I mean, I think sometimes when people think of their past, saying, if you can say nothing else, that they were a good man or a good woman. He had 3 children, and they've all stepped up to be with their mother and help her at this time. He was a good brother, but he was a great son. And I know that my dad couldn't have lived and survived as long as he did without the help of my brother. So his legacy is that he was a good man and a great son. He was a good brother as well. So thank you very much. I'm appreciative of the opportunity of recognizing Jim. I would like to add one other thing, though. I had just heard of the passing today of Bobby Alvarado, and he was president of the Carpenters Local. I'm not sure the district. I think probably Councilman Tabe knows that better than I do, but he's been such a big part of this community for long before I came on the front. And he was another great man. He was humble in what he did, and he was a gentleman in every single way. And I'm sure at some point, someone's going to come up here and have something to say about that, probably at your next council meeting. But he was another man that was deeply respected in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to invite everybody in the city council to please stand up and observe a moment of silence for Mr. Autry and Bobby Alvarado, please. Thank you. I will be adjourning the meeting on the memory as well, Ms. Long. Thank you. I will then move on to item number 7B, which is mayoral and council appointment. We do not have any tonight. Item number 7C, city council committee report and communication. Councilmember Martinez-Uben, please go ahead.
Very briefly, on August 31st, the WICTAC board met, and the only agenda item then was to continue meeting remotely via Zoom. And similarly, we're going to have a special meeting of the WestCat board on on September 14th with a similar agenda item. So we're still continuing to meet remotely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Uben. Councilmember Tave.
Yeah, just where the West Contra Costa Integrated Waste Management Authority is going to be meeting on the 8th. And just want to encourage everybody to go out to our free hazardous household hazardous waste and mattress collection event. We've been working on getting those events to go to different cities within the board or the authority. So The next one's Saturday, September 24th in Richmond. So if you have anything at the house that you gotta get rid of, fuels, old paint, that type of material, you can drop it off. Other than that, there's nothing more to report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. A couple of updates that I wanted to give to the public. First and foremost, I had the pleasure of attending and filling in for our wonderful mayor at the West County Mayors Association meeting last month. The topic was a focus on school safety and data. I know that we have an upcoming presentation. I think the superintendent, as well as our trustee, Jamila Smith-Folds, who were in attendance at that meeting, will be coming to our city council and talking about the same data, as well as the same school climate action that they're doing. And by climate, I'm not talking about the weather, I'm talking about safety on schools. So I'm looking forward to that presentation. August was a busy month for me. I aged a year, yay. But I also was invited to attend the White House Climate Emergency and Energy Security Summit, which was hosted at the U.S. Department of Energy in Washington, D.C. Over 400 electeds were invited and attended both virtually and in person, including the mayor of Piedmont. The summit highlighted opportunities for urgently ramping up clean energy production to enhance global security, create jobs, and protect small cities like ours. Attendees included Ron Pierce as well as Dr. Tony Reams. Ron Pierce is the Director of Small Business and Disadvantaged Business Utilization within the Department of Energy. And Dr. Reams is the Deputy Director for Energy Justice. So we spent a day at the U.S. Department of Energy really talking about, again, how small cities can benefit from federal programming, including grants, but also microloans that allow us to really make our community safer, of course, impact people in our own communities, but also, again, create job opportunities and support our small businesses community. So I will be hopefully bringing some of those folks to conversation in future council meetings. They seem really excited to support, again, small cities like Pinole. So I had the pleasure of attending that summit, and definitely, hopefully, Pinole can benefit from those relationships. One of the things that also I attended this last month was a webinar hosted by People for the American Way Foundation, as well as Public Citizen. They're two nonprofit organizations really helping cities right now pass resolutions to support the core principles of democracy and free and fair elections. Many of you may know, but the County Clerk Recorder's Office has joined a coalition of Bay Area county clerks who are really focused on fighting against election misinformation, which has really become rampant in the recent years. And so now there's an effort for cities like ours to really stand strong and support the core values and principles of democracy and pass resolutions. So when we get to that point, I do want to discuss a potential resolution that our city can pass in efforts to both support our county clerk reporter, but also to really, stand strong around protecting our democracy. And a couple last things. One of the things that came up in this last month, like I said, it was a busy month, the California Master Plan on Aging. This is actually very important for a city like Pinole's. The California Master Plan on Aging affirms the priority of the health and well-being of older Californians and people with disabilities. The current Master Plan for Aging outlines 5 bold goals and 23 strategies to build a California for all ages by 2030. It includes a data dashboard on aging to measure our progress, as well as a local playbook to drive partnerships for our city to help meet those goals as well. The big thing I really want folks who are listening out to know is that on September 20th, the state of California is inviting folks to join them in Sacramento with California Master Plan for Aging stakeholders to elevate the conversations around aging, disability, and equity in a statewide planning session to achieve this master plan that they have by 2030. The day of action is intended for aging and disability providers, policymakers, caregivers, educators, healthcare providers, and advocates. And they are welcoming all those with experience on aging and or disability, those who are providing direct care to another, as well as anyone interested in achieving the vision of the California Master Plan for Aging to come. If you do not feel comfortable going to Sacramento and being around people, which that is totally fine, they have a virtual option. So it is a hybrid program. Where you want to go is you want to go to caforall.org. That's caforall.org. That's your website to learn more about the master plan for aging, as well as to register for this wonderful event that they have on September 20th. And again, for a city like Pinole, this is incredibly important. So I really want to say that even if you are someone who has this wealth of experience working with these communities, or someone who is just interested by hearing what I just said, please attend. We want to make sure that Pinole residents and our Pinole community is represented. And then last but not least, I just wanted to elevate that, yes, we have the Coastal Cleanup Day on September 17th. And if you are also wanting to have a symposium of sorts on September 15th, we have our MCE board meeting. On September 16th, we have a technical committee meeting, and then you can celebrate with our coastal cleanup on September 17th. So busy week that week, but that concludes my report. And thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you and happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Councilmember Thoms?
Sure. Couple things is Westcat board met and proclaimed that October would be the month in which all rides on the Westcat system would be free. And they also noted that for the month of September, all BART rides would be half off if you use your Clipper card. And BART will also be celebrating their birthday this coming next Saturday in at the Lake Merritt Station. So there's some information on their website. I'm meeting virtually with the Hills Fire folks, the folks that are looking at getting together with the East Bay communities to address, to mitigate for fire issues within our region. So we're meeting on Friday on that. And then our police department community works on the law enforcement torch run, which is a fundraiser for Special Olympics. And those same folks are working on the Bike to Bridges bike ride that goes through this area. There's two of the distances that go through Pinole, and that crosses the Martinez Benicia Bridge, and then the Carquinez Bridge does a circle. Typically, this would start and end in Martinez, but this year it's going to start and end in Benicia. That event is October 1st. So if you want to sponsor somebody, you can. If you want to come out and support the program, it's October 1st. And if you want to ride, there's information on that as well. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Councilmember. Then I will move on to item number 7D, which is City Council request for future agenda items. I will start with Councilmember Martinez Ruben.
Thank you. No, council. No agenda item request. Thank you. Pardon me.
Councilmember Tave,
No requests.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have two. This came up from past conversations we had with regards to the incident that happened on Tinley Avenue last year. Oh, excuse me, not last month, the month before last, which is the capital improvement program. I know that a couple, at this point, conversations are merging all together. We've had as a council conversations with regards to building a rubric or index for our capital improvement plan, a program that would allow for us to understand a little bit more about how we make decisions, budget, but also like what we prioritize in terms of funded or unfunded projects. I would like to see the capital improvement plan come back to our council with the intention of discussing that rubric so that we can have a formalized process by next year. Do you want me to give my second one too? Or do you want to?
Let's do one item at a time. Councilmember Thumb.
I think that's fine. I think we're going to have a check-in about the CIP, and that would be a great conversation to have then. when it comes back anyway.
When's the
So,
next check-in for the CIP?
Mayor, I'm sorry, City Manager Mary, would you like to add something?
I think the check-in that Councilmember Thomas might be referring to is that we get a quarterly, provide a quarterly report on the status of the capital improvement plan projects. That's scheduled for the next regular city council meeting on September 20th. So I think that would be an opportunity. That's normally a consent item. It can be pulled and discussed. Nothing, city council could also decide right now as part of future agenda items that would like to have an item on that as well.
Gotcha. So I guess I should ask, with that item, are we going to be discussing kind of again, we've talked about having like a rubric or an index to kind of say, here are our priorities, here how we, I mean, we talked about that the last CIP, so I just don't know where we're standing with that status of this.
Yeah, so I actually don't recall that specific discussion, but we do, as part of the capital improvement plan, have some narrative that discusses how staff identifies projects to recommend in the CIP that city council makes decisions on. Then there are, there's whether there's available funding, what the funding requires, what we think are the priorities, health and safety, and other things like that. So there, other than that narrative description, there isn't anything else that or kind of a quantitative scoring methodology for the projects. So I don't recall having talked about coming back to the council with that, other than maybe having made a comment that year over year, we're trying to better define the methodology through which they're described. So I think of that as a different and new agenda item, and the city staff would be happy to come back and present something on that and get council direction on a more quantitative methodology for prioritizing capital projects.
Sure, I vaguely remember it. I thought that was a conversation the council had before about methodology. So I am happy for that to be a part of the discussion. If the city attorney and the city manager would affirm that that could be a part of that one discussion, or we bring up another item that directly sets discussion in action on the methodology.
So it wouldn't be part of this quarterly report that would happen at the next meeting. And maybe Councilmember Toms was suggesting that that might be a time at which the council might want to discuss having a future agenda item.
Yeah.
But if the council wants to decide tonight that it would like to do that, we'd be happy to come back with that item.
I would love to see it on that same agenda. Maybe we can do two different items and
I don't think it'll be possible to get it ready for the September 20th meeting.
discussion or the methodology.
The methodology. So, well, okay. So there'll be the quarterly update on capital projects. And then, as I understand it, there's another agenda item, which is talking about the methodology by which we prioritize capital projects. And so I'm envisioning that, and tell me if you have something else in mind. City staff would come and talk about the methodology we use right now, and the city council would provide some direction on how we might develop some sort of more quantitative and structured methodology for prioritizing capital projects. So I'm envisioning that as the agenda item.
Sure. I think that's in line. Yeah. And just to go back to your comment, are you saying that's not doable to have the discussion in another item of that same meeting?
I don't think it is.
Okay.
So because that's, 2 weeks time, and the city staff needs to give some thought to what alternative approaches they might use and kind of flesh out really what is implicit in the methodology we currently use. So we have a ranking methodology, but it's not scoring, and we don't weight different things. And so I think if we really wanted to be fully prepared to have a discussion of that, I think we'd need more time.
Okay. Do you have a idea on the date would be in the range? I'm just for the motion.
We have a bunch of items on, in October, we only have one council meeting, and that agenda has a bunch of discussion items. So I don't know that it'd be feasible to do it then. Perhaps the first November meeting.
That's fine for me. And thank you for fleshing that idea out. I just wanted to make sure I was clear between the two items.
So you said first November, sometimes in November. And so can you please restate what you need so that
Yeah,
the council understand?
Yeah, I think my motion is to bring back the capital improvement programs, both a discussion and action item on creation of an index or rubric that would more formalize our selection process. So,
And
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
in favor of it. I was just hoping we could have that discussion all at once.
Me
but-
too, yeah.
Yes,
But
okay.
maybe it's step by step.
Okay, no problem. So it's three, I'm in favor too, so I guess it will go by everybody, you know, it's already. It's, I don't want to have a discussion if even somebody's not in favor of it, or I don't want to have a discussion, let's just move on to the next item. It's three of us.
And my second item is just in regards to what I mentioned in my staff report, in my Mayor Pro Tem report with regards to a local democracy resolution. And bringing that up, cities are passing these to really talk about the protection of freedom. Our President Joe Biden talked a little bit about this last week. And so it would be a strong statement and really signal to people who care about democracy and again the free and fair elections that we have, and of course the combating the misinformation around election.
Can you please restate the first part of? what
I
is that
would
you
move
need?
to bring a local democracy resolution to the
Okay.
council.
Like to hear about it, no problem. Yes. Oh,
Can we do
Forward.
that before election day?
That's what
Maybe the
the-
meeting
yeah.
before election day.
Maybe.
that's fine, yeah. No problem. Sorry, Councilmember Martinez, when I on the previous item, I saw you wanted to say something, but I didn't want to start the conversation. Since we
Oh,
already have
no,
three out of
I see,
five.
I see an opportunity to also blend in even prior to a week before election, even earlier. The fair campaigning practices that we want to promote in town. So, I would want to have a restatement of how candidates these days are also helping promote fair practices in campaigning, which contribute also to informing the public about their stances on different items and helping augment voter participation.
I'm sorry, what is that you're asking? You want to?
No, I was thinking that in this proposal to have a resolution or pardon me, I'm not sure what it is that we are going to, in addition to a discussion, what is the outcome of that discussion? What do you expect the outcome of the discussion to be, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, my recommendation and motion was to have a local democracy resolution come before the council for consideration, which would align with our county clerk recorder's focus on expanding efforts to fight election misinformation and of course to protect the core and fundamental principles of elections in our democracy. So if you'd like, I can send you the sample template.
No,
something
it's
that's been-
not necessary. No, what I'm
something-
thinking about is also that even underlying that is, what's going on right now in Pinole. It's an election year, it's a campaign year. And so to also blend in some aspect of how candidates are also attempting to promote fair practices in campaigning, that I see that fitting in with an interest in wanting to promote democracy and sustain it. So I think there's an opportunity to do that.
Oh, thank you.
Is it something that is clear from staff about what is being asked and?
But it's a little bit different, but what I've observed seems like, a proposal and essentially a request for a friendly amendment to expand that. And so I think it's up to the Mayor Pro Tem Murphy to decide whether he wants the agenda item that he's proposing to have the broader scope that Councilmember Martinez Rubin suggested, or say, I'd like to, just have the agenda item the way that I proposed it. We can vote on that.
What I think we'll do is the process we've used in the past with regards to resolutions, which is, it seems traditional that the city clerk will create a resolution. I've sent templates before and then we've done that. So I think that's fine. If we have amendments to said resolution by the meeting, I think that would be germane to bring up any amendments to a resolution. Is that traditionally been the process?
Through the mayor, I do have a question. Just looking at our list of items for the meetings that are preceding the election, is it okay if it comes back as a consent item or are we looking for, okay,
I think that, yeah.
that helps to clarify. Yeah, thank you.
Is it clear for staff?
So as I understand it, Mayor Pro Tem is proposing that City Council consider a resolution along the lines of a model that you've seen before and is requesting council action to decide whether that agenda item moves forward. Councilmember Martinez was suggesting that some other topics might come up in that conversation, and that's the council's prerogative during consideration of that item.
Fantastic, thank you.
It is fine with you? Yes,
Yes.
yes, fine with me.
It's fine with me.
Okay, fine with Councilmember Martinez Zuban as well.
Sure, we'll take a look at the resolution and see what's in it.
Perfect,
Great,
thank you.
That's all for me.
Excellent. Councilmember Martinez, since I'm with you, Martinez Zuban, is something else you wanted to add to the first resolution item that Mayor Pro Tem and the council accepted to come back to the council? What was the first item, Mayor Pro Tem?
We can have the city clerk repeat that. I don't remember exactly what the motion was.
Are we discussing the methodology related to the
Yes,
CIP?
yes, Councilmember Martinez, you wanted to add something? No,
No,
no, that item, okay, perfect.
thank you, no.
Councilmember Tom?
Yes, I have two items is that we were contacted by a representative from the insurance commissioner willing to do a presentation, and I would like to take that individual up on that, especially since we've had some property owners in Pinole that have had trouble getting insurance. So it'd be good discussion, and I would request that we invite them for a presentation.
Absolutely.
Yes, it's already 3 out of 5.
Okay. And then another item that should already be on the list, but I think since we're running, close to the end of the year, and that's the historic overlay. I think it should be brought back so that the council who previously discussed it can weigh in on it. And we don't have a lot of meetings.
On that item, Councilmember Tave and myself do have a conflict of interest related to a location of a property. So if it's item that you're asking, something that can only be voted, if I remember correctly, by Councilmember Martinez Zuban, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, and yourself, and Councilmember Tave and myself would have to.
Yeah.
excuse
Well,
also.
I think it's already on the list for it to come back to us. I just want to highlight that it's been a while since we've discussed it, and it would be good to come back.
Through the chair, if I may, I believe that's actually scheduled for the October 18th city council meeting. So it's scheduled to come back. That would be the update to the design guidelines for the
Yes,
historic
that's the one.
downtown area and the ordinance that relates to that. So it'll come back on a first reading.
Okay.
And the design guidelines will be included as part of that. And then there'll be a second reading for form final approval, but that will come back
Okay.
October 18th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Tave, anything to add? Okay, no problem. Thank you. That concludes item number 7. Then I will move on to item number 7E, which is city manager report and department staff report, please.
Sure, thank you. Just want to note that the city opened the senior center as a cooling center yesterday and today. We were, as you know, experiencing some pretty extreme heats, and it triggered the activation criteria. So that was, we were successful in getting that up and running. So appreciate the staff that came in on their holiday weekend to make that happen. As was already mentioned, we've got a number of great community events coming up. So on September 17th, Saturday is Coastal Cleanup Day. All members of the public are welcome to participate. You don't need to register in advance, and you can find more information on the city website and through our normal communication channels. And then National Night Out will be on Tuesday, October 4th. Again, we're doing it at Fernandez Park in a Halloween theme, so hoping that everybody in the community can make it out to that. Want to talk a little bit about the agendas for some upcoming city council meetings. We usually preview what we're anticipating we're going to have on the next agenda, but we have a number of meetings coming up, so bear with me as I talk about the next few. As you know, next Tuesday, we have a special city council meeting that is focused just on the draft contract for fire service with Con Fire. So the agenda packet for that meeting will go out on Thursday, and it will have the draft of the contract, a draft of the independent fiscal analysis, and a discussion about all the different elements that are captured in the draft contract. Con Fire Chief Richard will participate in the meeting, as will the firm that conducted the independent fiscal analysis, as well as Chief Weinkoop and others. So the purpose of that workshop is to get questions and hear comments from members of the public and the council. There's no action to be taken other than if council wants to provide some direction to city staff to go back to the county and ask for changes to the proposed contract. And then we'll have our second regular September meeting on the 20th. We'll have our quarterly reports on the budget, investments, the climate action plan, the CIP, and the strategic plan. We'll also have a discussion of whether or not the city should consider establishing a project labor agreement policy. So that's a pending future agenda item. And the police department's going to be providing an update on hate crimes in Pinole. And then we're currently scheduled to have a special meeting on September 27th, which would focus on the city council's consideration of a contract for service with Confire. That meeting is contingent on the council's feedback that you provide at the council meeting next Tuesday. So if the city council would like to request significant changes to the draft contract in the form that it's in, that might take some time to discuss with the county. So it's not yet clear whether that meeting on September 27th is going to stay or we'll need to push that back. So we have a very busy September. Thank you all for making time on your schedules, and we're looking forward to talking with you about these issues. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Item number 7F, City Attorney Report. Good evening, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You all have covered it all. No report. Thanks.
Excellent. That concludes item number 7. Do we have any public comments on item 7, please?
No public comments.
No comments?
Mr. Menace, did you have a comment? Okay.
So let's see, is the microphone working? Okay. So my comment was with regards to Councilmember Martinez Rubin's suggestion around the timing of the discussion of the fair campaign practices. I believe that's a voluntary commitment that candidates can adopt. I've adopted it myself, and I would certainly hope that all my fellow candidates have adopted it. And I think it would be worthwhile to have that discussion as early in the calendar cycle of the council's meetings as possible to avoid potential misunderstandings or conflicts of intent over just what people interpret the Code of Fair Political Campaign Practices to mean. I remember back in 2020, for example, that Treasurer Swearingen and I had a difference of opinion on whether the Code of Fair Political Campaign Practices required rebuking attempts to suppress the vote or not, things like that. So I think that'll be worthwhile both considering as part of the Mayor Pro Tem's resolution in support of democracy and the right to vote, and also in support of Councilmember Martinez Rubin's discussion around the Code of Fair Campaign Practices, that the discussion happen as early as possible, just so that all the candidates and the community as a whole can have an opportunity to properly discuss, the various elements of that code, what democracy means to all of us, and how we actually implement that in practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments, please?
No more public comments.
No more public comments. That concludes item number 7. I would then on to item number 9, which is the consent calendar. Before I turn it to the council, do we have any public comments on number 9, please?
No public comments.
Excellent. Then I would ask the city council if they have any item that they wish to be pulled, please. Please, if you have one, please let me know, raise your hand. I don't see any item that need to be pulled on item 9.
Seeing none, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 9 passes. Item number 10, public hearing. We do not have any tonight. Item number 11, old business, no old business tonight. Item number 12, new business. no new business tonight. Item number 4 will be convening to a closed session right now. And that tonight the closed session will be related to public employee performance evaluation for city manager. It's please go ahead.
Did you want to do citizens to be heard the second round?
Yes, I will do a citizen to be heard the second round. That will be when we would have the closed session, and then we'll reconvene from the closed session, and then we'll have citizen to be heard as part of the second round, and then I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you. So going back to item number 4, we are going to a closed session meeting right now, and the title will be discussing about public employee performance evaluation pursuant to a public government code 54957, and the title will be the city manager. It's 9:10, and I will expect us to be back within the next.
It's 8:10.
It's 8:10.
And through the mayor, we actually do have one hand raised for this
Okay,
item.
thank you for that. It's 9:10. I'm sorry, it's 8:10, and we'll come back. I believe we'll be back pretty soon. That will actually be the last item for public before public second hearing. So that will be I will assume that will be done within the next 30 minutes. So I would invite everybody to come back at 8:40. But before we hear that, I don't know who it is, but I believe it's Mr.
It's Cordell Handler.
Yes, I recognize his voice.
Yes. So can you hear me, Roxanne?
Loud and clear.
So good evening, Mayor Salimi, council members. My name is Cordell Handler and I'm a Richmond resident. So I think this, in my opinion, Mr. Murray has done a fantastic job. He always, like provides the council direction, and I'm thinking that he has a lot of potential. And I said, because I know the city of Pinole has done the first round of interviews for the city manager, and you got Mr. Murray. And so when y'all go into closed session, think of all the hard work that he has done. He makes sure that the agenda, all of the agenda items, gets posted in a timely manner. So with that, I'll let y'all go into closed session, and I'll save my comments for the second citizens to be heard.
Thank you. Just for the item to be posted on time is done by the city clerk, but I do agree, city manager, you're doing a great job. Thank you, and thank you, city clerk department. So it's 8:11, and we'll come back at 8:40 or sooner. Welcome back to the Pinole City Council. I'm Vincent Sadimi. It's Tuesday, September 6th, and we are reconvening from a closed session. Then item number 5, convening open session. We do not have any reportable action to report at this moment. I will then move on to item number 13, which is citizen to be heard. I do believe we have one person over Zoom that would like to talk tonight. Please go ahead. State your name.
Hear me okay?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead, sir.
So
Your
good
3
evening, Mayor
minutes.
Salimi. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor Salimi, council members. I am Cordell Handler. I'm a Richmond resident. So let's begin by I did attend the last council meeting back in August, and so I was concerned that that the meeting was held like on National Night Out, which it did not occur to anyone. That the majority of people that did not attend that meeting they were having block parties all over West County, so they were having fun. So hopefully in the future that the council would be more considerate, like having a special meeting after National Night Out. That's one, and then number 2, along that same line, because this is the second time I have to send my comments to the city clerk what I was going to prepare to tell you all about it, because 2 meetings ago when y'all were going over the budget, one of the things that I came across was like, the idea of having a consultant on board to do like diversity, equity, inclusion. I was going to request that for the next meeting, because I've looked into other HR firms and they do specialize in racial equity, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So hopefully that amount of money for $80,000 will go towards hiring a consultant to do that. And then number 3 is previous meeting, I was very disappointed that the item regarding CAL FIRE took up a majority of time. I feel that, to me, that hurts me because I'm trying to teach my nephew how to encourage him to speak in a public setting. And I feel that discussion took up a majority of time. And I feel that, to me, sets a bad example. So I'm hoping that the council will consider, finish discussing the item and move on. And then the last thing I'm going to say is that when y'all had the earlier session, when you had the draft trying to attract businesses, that's not going to happen because I come to Pinole every so often, and it's like I've seen a lot of vacant properties, and I said, you think a potential business would come to Pinole? No way, because when I was listening to when the parents were concerned about the speed along on Tenet Avenue, I would not have my business anywhere near the site because people be speeding by and that affects my business. So you may think that people want to come to Pinole to set up a business. I guarantee you, in about 6 or 7 months' time, they're gonna move out of there because they don't feel like they're not at the table. So they will go all the way. They will go to cities like Lafayette and Walnut Creek to attract businesses. But Pinole, I love Pinole, but it's like it seems a little bit sketchy to me. So I'll just leave my comments as is.
Thank you, sir. When is National Night Out in the city of Pinole, please?
Thank you for asking. So different communities celebrate National Night Out on different evenings. Starting last year, primarily due to the pandemic, Pinole decided to celebrate National Night Out on the first Tuesday of October. So Pinole was not celebrating National Night Out on the evening of the council meeting that the member of the public reference. We're going to be celebrating National Night Out on Tuesday, October 4th, and the city council has canceled that council meeting. So members of the community can participate in National Night Out.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. That concludes item number 13. Do we have any other public comments? Let me double check. Okay, no other hand raised. Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. That concludes item number 13. Then I will move on to item number 14, which is the adjournment to the special city council meeting of September 13, 2022, in remembrance of Amber Schwartz, in remembrance of Bobby Alvarado, and in remembrance of Jim Autry. Thank you very much and have a good evening.